Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of Star Citizen. Hope you are doing well this evening. Today should be okay. Running a bit late. Was out for a meal. Right, so turn you on. System check first. We're on the A on that one. What else do we do? We do Coverlex. We're getting there. Box spell. The T. First, we might break into this one maybe today. North Rock. Going up there eventually. To contracts. I'll be able to grab the contracts whilst we're here. We are, but this time round we are not going to get. So that one's North Rock. So we'll take you. We are not going to get that one. We'll take that one instead. So that's all done. This one is path. We can do you. Consummation around Mic Attack, HR key. That one's fine, I think. Yes, that one's fine. Okay. I grab wounds. First and defense. Surveillance. Weapons, I'll take you. Don't connection. Oh yeah. I'll be on. Nope. Come on, find it. Close. Where else? There you go. Just in case. And that's 61. Going to the same place. That's another 61. Yeah, but then it gets bloody annoying, doesn't it? Yeah, just leave it. Alright. It's giving me the first bounty as that one. Oh, there's no maintenance, is there? Yes. Where are we? Around yellow. Wasn't that one down yesterday? Let's check that one just to see if it's bugged.
Quantum drive is now on.
Let's see how fast we can get all these done. I know this was selling, wouldn't it? Going to the other this time round. So this one should be okay, I hope. Oh, I know what I wanted to do as well. Something I found that I thought was interesting. And so I'm going to do it. Shout out to where did I stick it? Shout out to
Paladin Gaming.
hello, Mama.
Said. Warning.
Close this. Here we go. Okay.
For holler.
Sorry. Okay, so this is Starlight Radio. I'll turn it down a little bit.
And your all-time favorites, Long Haul 106.3.
Left my darling back on Hurston.
Kissed her slow and held on tight. Said one more run, I'll bring home credits. We'll be set up real nice. Got my Connie full of cargo. By Jeannie's where I picked this load. Now I'm burning out the ruin, watching shadows on the road.
Paladin Gaming said, awesome LOL.
I kind of, it was just like, this is catchy as hell. I bloody like it, love it. Even got a thumbs up as soon as where were we going? Right. I just hope it's not going to be too loud. Let me know. Cut my runs and risk in half. But my mama raised me honest, and I ain't strayed that path. Still I hear those credits calling. More pay, less time. But I'd rather die a poor man than let that poison be my crime. Space ain't fair. Let's drive. It's not a bad jump and you're left to die. So I keep one eye on the scanner and my hand upon my gun. This life ain't easy, but it's the only one I've known. I'm just hauling through the black. Hoping I make it back. Every box in my life is a prayer for my soul. Scrap stacked high, dreaming bigger all the time. Someday I'll trade this. Ooh, interdicted. Starts racing, got a Drake on my 6. Comes light up, drop your cargo. Oh, we're gonna make this quick. Flip my shield, spool the quantum. Pray my engines hold. Ain't got time to draw my pistol, so I punch it and I go. Hauling through the black, hoping I make it.
Paladin Gaming said, not seen an interdiction in ages.
But yeah.
Pyro's #1 country music station, Long Haul 106. That was Make It Home by David Wiggins. Love that one. Next up, a song we can all relate to, just wish it weren't so very accurate.
Last split trip on the Dolomite low. Took a risky job, now I'm out on the road. Set my course straight for Crusader. The trouble's on my scope, it ain't looking like a traitor. Sky was looking clear till my HUD burned red. Drake Corsair sitting up ahead.
Paladin Gaming said, where did you find this station?
YouTube.
Drake on my 6, and I ain't got comes.
I think it came up on a short, and I was like, okay, I'll have a listen. And then it was just like, okay, this is kind of funny. And like it.
Then I'm here to stay. Cargo bay's full, ain't got much to spare.
Paladin Gaming said, RLOL. Want it?
They take my haul, I'm broke as sin. And if they take my life, it was worth trying. So I power up the guns, put my hand on the stick. If I go down, I ain't going down quick. Locked on target, sent the missiles through.
What is it?
See the Corsair? Oh,
I don't know if I can do this, but
blue. Drake on my 6, but he ain't no thief. Now I got a crime stat, and the law's got me.
no.
Corsairs are waiting, and I'm heading inside. Lost my ship, lost my cargo, and I lost my pride.
I guess that didn't work. That was the other way, isn't it? Is it that way? Nope. It doesn't work anymore.
That Corsair pilot just passed.
Oh, no, not that way.
Yes, I shot first before I thought it through. Drake on my 6. Yes, I thought I knew. Now I'm doing time with the yellow crew. Not every Drake's a pirate, but I tell you this. You best check twice before you let 'em rip. Next time I'll keep my trigger tight. Next time I won't pick no fight. But till then I'll be serving my time, dreaming of a home full of divine.
Today's new country and your all-time favorite. All 106.3. Captain, shields are low. Crew's exhausted. There's only one way to power up fast. Oh yeah, it's a drink that pops. One sip and the thirst just stops. Must get honey.
See, we got advertisement for Fizz Cola, a drink.
For you.
It's funny as hell.
You're ascending. Hydration efficiency. Breakthrough. This is fuel for legends, so grab a can and get physical. Get that pop in power. Keeps you fresh at any hour. Triple berry peach sour sup to hyper metabolic. Made for you. Let's get some fizz in you. Yeah, baby. Take a sip and boost right through. Honey muscat berry blast, hydrate hyper fast.
Fizz carbonated soft drinks. Only from the Bevitt Group. Need a ride but don't need the frills with Vantage Rentals. Your wallet will thank you. Vantage, rent it today. Low prices fly away. Vantage, no long lines. Grab your ship with no delay. Located at Tisa Spaceport in beautiful downtown Lorville, Vantage Rentals is your no-hassle, no-wait, no questions asked ship and ground vehicle rental solution. You don't need a trust fund to fly with us, just a little UEC and a dream. Vantage, rent it today. Low prices fly away. Vantage, no long lines. Grab your ship with no delay. Tight on creds? No problem. Grab a reliable Aurora, a no-frills prospector, or even a tough Cyclone to tear across Hurston. Daily or weekly rates available. Whatever gets you moving. Vantage.
Long haul 106.3. Stanton's #1 country station. Long haul 106.3.
And we're back with another block of country hits for you. We're wishing you haulers out there a safe journey. If you're 10 in the wind, keep the hammer down and your eye on that back door. While you're at it, keep that radio pinned right here to 106.3 on the spectrum.
I was flying low past day mark, running cold and dark. Had a hollow widow in my hold, just trying to make my mark.
But the UE boys came knocking, they hit me with the skin. Before I knew what happened, I was in their cuffs again. Now I got them clasher blues, I'm working off my debt, burning rocks in the tunnels, ain't been paid just yet. They say I walk in 20 hours, but we know that ain't true. Cause once you're down in Klesher, son, it's got its hold on you. Met a man named Jace in block 42. Said he had a way out if I'd help him to. Tunnels down beneath us, dark as the deep black sea. But them turrets don't take kindly to a man trying to leave. Now I got them Klesher blues, working off my debt, burning rocks in the tunnels, ain't been paid just yet. They say I walk in 20 hours, but we all know that ain't true. Cause once you're down in Klesher, son, it's got its hold on you. Jace made his move, got to the fence, didn't make it 5 feet before they dropped him where we went. So I keep my head down, keep my multi-tool true. Maybe one day I'll be free, but I know that ain't true. I got them Klesher blues, working on my head, burning rocks in the tunnels, ain't been paid just yet. They say I walk in 20 hours, but we all know that ain't true. Cause once you're down in Klesher, son, it's got its hold on you. Yeah, once you're down in Klesher, it's got its hold on you.
Breaker, breaker, this is Iron Horse rolling out over sin with a full stack. If you fly slow, stay out of my way, cause I'm burning real hot and riding dirty.
Well, I'm burning up the black on a midnight run, got a full load stacked and the work ain't done. From Terra to Stanton, they know my name. A STARLINER hauler in the fast lane. Big twin thrusters and a custom core. She drinks that quantum like a drunk on shore. Chrome so bright makes the loaders blind. Ain't another rig like this in the trade grind. Rolling coal, full burn flying. That black smoke trail keeps on rising. Ain't another hauler out there like mine. Every trucker says she's one of a kind. Engines roaring way so wide, you can see that smoke from the other side. I drop on the pad with a fire in my thrusters. Dock crews watching like I'm some kind of hustler. The loaders all whistle when I drop on deck, saying that old rig's got a hell of a spec. Shiny new polish, whole wrap tight. Damn thing glows like a beacon in the night. She's got lots of chrome and a reinforced frame and a horn that blasts like a hurricane. Rolling coal, full burn thunder. Gotta keep hauling, ain't going under. Stacking my crates just to burn 'em all when I hit full boost and go past y'all. Engines roaring way so wide, you can see that smoke from the other side. Cargo hold packed, tachyon hot, making sure this load gets to wear it all. Some say I'm crazy, wasting all my pay, but you can't make credits when your rig is plain. Spent my last few creds on a brand new coat, got that chrome so clean, man, the sun just glows. And when I trucker says she's one of a kind. Engines roar and wake so wide. That smoke from the other side.
No pavement, no road, just the black and me. A STARLINER king, riding fast and free. From hardcore docks to Crusader bays, they know my name when they see that name. Got cargo holds packed, pushing max tons. If the space bear scans, I'll still outrun. My thruster spitfire, my weight runs deep, leaving lesser rigs in the scrapyard heap. Rolling coal, full burn thunder. Gotta keep hauling, ain't going under. Stacking my creds just to burn them all. When I hit full boost and blow past y'all, engines roar and wake so wide. You can see that smoke from the other side.
Breaker, breaker, this is Iron Horse rolling heavy past Crusader. Catch me on the next loop, boys. That was Klesher Blues, and one of my favorite new songs, Rollin' Coal. Sounds a lot like my rig, if I'm being honest. However, all that black smoke's a bug, not a feature in my case. Well, we've got to pay the bills, but we'll be back with more great haulin' music in 2 shakes. Take her easy.
Space is cold. Your meal shouldn't be. When hunger strikes, you need a meal that's fast, hot, and ready to go. Introducing Ready Meal with Beef Chunks. Beef Chunks, baby, don't ask why. Break it, shake it, watch time fly. 2 seconds flat, it's hot and thick. A bag of beef that's dry quick. Break it, shake it, ready meal. 2 seconds later, that's the deal. Beefy chunks and gravy thick. A starbound feast, it's real quick. With a nutritional density rating of 60, Ready Meal Beef Chunks keeps you fueled from Stanton to Terra. Full taste, no waste, fuel your flight. Hot beef chunks, pure delight. From jump points to deep space, one thing's true. Ready Meal's ready for you in the future, one bite at a time. Gravy slathered, space juice. Beef chunks keep you in the groove. A bag of meat in a gravy sea, just 5 grams, good enough for me. Out in the verse, when hunger strikes, you need a meal that's fast, hot, and ready to go. With Beef crafted from select rice and barley for a traditional flavor passed down by generations of brewmasters. Smooth, crisp, and always easy. That's the taste of smokes. Smooth, crisp, and always easy. That's the taste of smokes. Available everywhere. Quality beers are sold.
Today's new country and your all-time favorite. Long Haul 106.3.
Welcome back to Long Haul 106.3, where you deliver the cargo and we'll deliver the music. Kicking off another long block of country music for you. Now, I don't know about you, but for me, the verse is sometimes a tricky place to navigate and even stay alive. This next block of music is an extended set dedicated to some of the unforeseen circumstances we encounter out there. First, we hear things are getting better, but I'll believe it when I see it. Chin up there, truckers. Laugh and cry. You'll likely be able to relate to some of these next few songs.
I flew through barrels full of gold, dodging interdictions, running ice cold. Took a that's a lesson. Every loss a price, but I'll never go down without rolling the dice. Give me pirates, give me war. Give me lawmen at my door. Let me drown in zero G. Let them carve their name in me. But not like this, not to a frozen frame, not to a crash, cause the server's lame. I'll die for honor, I'll die for pain. Not cause the world just fades away. Not like this, not to a bad net code. Not cause the elevator just won't load. Bury me deep in the black abyss, but don't let me go. Not like this. I braved Jumptown for a payload of dreams. Ran with the Reapers, heard their death screams. Watched my friends burn, engines cut mid-flight. But at least they fell in a fair fight. Then I stepped off my ship through Long desync. Fell straight through the floor, straight into the drain. No epic battle, no working for pay. Just me and the void and a 30K. Give me pirates, give me war. Give me lawmen at my door. Let me drown in zero G. Let them carve their name in me. But not like this, not to a desync round. Not to my ship just falling down. I'll die for rep, I'll die for love. But not cause the physics just gave up. Not like this, not to a crash to Maine. Not to a claim that never came. Bury me deep in the black abyss, but don't let me go. Not like this. I saw my fate in 1,000 frames. Frozen midair, just stuck in place. Then the world blinked, then it all glitched. And there I lay like flipping a switch. Keyboard smashed, stick broke in two. Tears in my eyes, but what can you do? I'd fight the vandal, I'd fight the verse. But fighting these bugs, it's a goddamn curse. Not like this, not to a missing ship. Not cause the deck just made me clip. I'll die for glory, I'll die for cred. But not cause the server thought I was dead. Not like this, not the black screen of death. Losing my contract and stealing my creds. Bury me deep in the black abyss, but don't let me go. Not like this. One life, one chance, one final score. One more bug I can't ignore. Take my ship, take my risk. Dying in a heap. No, not like this. Well, I'm sitting in my
You're
cockpit,
streaming Star Citizen?
staring at the screen.
I am, yeah.
Got a contract on a bunker, but I know
Which-
Sure am.
it
You
says
killed-
defend the occupants. But I've been here before. One wrong move and I'll be wanted, dead forevermore. See, back when I was greener, just
Which
a
name do I find your
rookie
stream
in
under?
black.
Same as the Discord?
I took a job
Yeah,
on
Frisbee, Frisbee.
fill my pack. Those nine tails in their purple, they look just like the guards. I held my fire way too long, woke up floating in the stars. Oh, friendly fire ain't so friendly at all. One bad shot and them turrets will call. A crime stats awaiting and the law don't care. Wake up in a
Jesus
cell
Christ
and it
almighty, it's better.
just ain't fair. So I went back to that bunker, swore I'd work to make things right. Didn't hesitate
Blacking hell, what the
all this
hell?
time. I shot first in the fight, but a bullet hit the
Oh, wait,
bulkhead,
wait.
bounced back down the hall, struck a guard and gleaming white.
You on the PTU?
Live, yeah.
Turrets
But I don't know what happened there.
Turned my Pisces into ash. And then guards in white unloaded, took me down in a flash. Woke up in
My mind was elsewhere.
I'm in the pen. Swore I'd never take a bunker job, never trust in that again. Oh, friendly fire ain't so friendly at all. One bad shot and them turrets will call. A crime stands awaiting and the law don't care. You'll wake up in a cell and it just ain't fair. So now I haul my cargo, keep my trigger handed. Leave them bunkers to the reckless. I just fly starry seas. I'd rather dodge some grief from pirates than play that deadly game. 'Cause one stray round will brand you down with a traitor's name. So if you're taking bunkers, hear my warning clear. Make damn sure you know who's who it is before you shoot in fear. You'll be sitting in a prison, doing time for your mistake, with them turrets laughing at you, 'cause they never hesitate. Well, I was standing at Tressler, just passing through, thinking about a haul down to Lorville too. Ordered me a double dog, mustard and all. Didn't know that gravity was fixing to call. Took one bite, then the floor gave way. Space and the stars just stole me away. Fell past the
I can't find the stream.
docking bay, screaming not
1 second.
like this, but fate don't play. Oh, I'm falling down straight to the ground. Microtext pulling, ain't no turning around. If I'm going out, I'll go out free, stripped down naked for all to see. Drop my rifle,
Check your chat room.
my pride. Just me and my double dog on this final ride. Wind in my hair, stars in pursuit. Yes, I'm going out, and my birthday.
I'm blaming YouTube today.
Look in Discord chat in this room.
Yeah, I found it.
I'll put the link in there.
But I searched for the right thing in every possible way. It didn't give me your channel on YouTube.
Yeah, that's huge.
I blame YouTube for not me finding it. Honestly, it's kind of shocking that they haven't made their streaming better, because like, they would probably beat the crap out of Twitch.
For pain, but I'm standing right there back at Tressler again. No arm, no gun, just a double dog tie. Looking around like I seen a ghost last night. So if you're out there flying too high, beware of the glitches that lurk in the sky. For Tressler's hungry. It takes what it can, but sometimes the server gives back your hand. Oh, I was falling stretch my arms up to the sky, but my feet stayed stuck in bed.
Anytime
Lord,
you're
I
already sick,
swear
Jesus.
I'm gonna cry. So I bowed my head in silence,
What am I doing?
whispered soft and said a plea.
That one?
Server gods, oh won't you bless this weary rig mine today. Oh, I don't pray to Saint Christopher, that ain't my kind of way. I bow before the ones who let me load into the game. I offer half-spent magazines, an empty med pen if I dare, and say a little elevator prayer. Took a deep
Paladin
breath,
Gaming
mashed the button,
said,
watched
and they
that
keep
old
commenting
lid
LOL.
light up bright, half expecting I'd clip through or be stuck here half the night.
Oh yeah.
When the door slid open kindly, Lord, I nearly shed a tear. Stepped inside, held my breath tight, whispered, let me make it clear. Oh, I don't pray to Saint Christopher, that just ain't my kind of way. I bow before the ones who let me load into the game. I offer half-spent magazines, an empty med pen if I dare, and I wait a bit to say a little elevator prayer. Made it down into the lobby, second lift came calling quick. Hung my hopes up in the rafters as I went out towards my ship. Walked on over, touched the panel, saw my vessel spawn inside.
Medical boxes, nothing great on that one.
I was set to take a ride. Called the tower, got permission. Landing gear had pulled away. I could feel the stars just waiting. Lord, my ship would fly today.
Paladin Gaming said, never mind playing it while hauling. I'll listen to it at work rolling on the floor laughing.
It's good music. It's good music.
Oh, I don't pray to Saint Christopher, that ain't my kind of way. I bow before the ones who let me load into the game. But no,
But I don't, definitely fits the theme of bloody Star Six.
guess I lost my life despite of my elevator prayer.
You're listening to Long Haul Country, a hauler's companion between the stars, transmitting in the blind at 106.3 on the spectrum via deep space repeaters throughout Stanton and Pyro. We hope you're 10-2. We're at the top of the hour. We're fixing on breaking you news right after these messages. Keep your greasy side down. We'll catch you on the flip-flop.
Got too much stuff, no room to spare. Cargo piling up everywhere. Don't freak out, it'll haul it all.
Paladin Gaming
Load it into a
said,
store.
very catchy LOL.
No worries, no worries.
I put a link to their or to the music that we're listening to right now in the description, so you can click on it. But they're also live as well, which I wanted to switch over to. Yeah, I'll do it now actually. We might hear two.
But she'll pull us through. No guns on the bottom, can't hide on the road. Just a prayer and a hope for destination offload.
Paladin Gaming said, cheers matey. Live. LOL. Hydraulics hiss and the cradle groans. Every crate counts when it's all on loan. Got pirates peeking from the broken back. They can't carry 32s while I got in the back. And if I hit
Yeah, I'll add the playlist to it, I think, instead of the... I don't know if that goes through either.
Frisbee said, https://www.youtube.com/watch?mark v=list=sign@and 7 4 UGD-IM%list=sign PLSC5XM-lowercase 8 PSNJC3 /805.
Let's go now. Did you get all that? I'm only saying it once.
She's so pretty, and she's all mine. Every scrape toe plate, every waistline shines. No
Where the hell did I put music? Music, Star Radio.
crates and the rumble and flame.
Uh-oh.
When I dock at last and drop that weight, I'll buy my crew around, then tempt fate back out again by the second bell. Running those lanes from the edge of hell. I'm hauling all sea. She's a pleasure to fly. She don't really dodge, but she damn sure tries. We got her breathing heavy and bold. Every crate we haul is a story untold. Big ship blues and the gambler's creed. We haul for the
Paladin Gaming said, how come I've only just heard of this now? Rolling on the floor laughing.
This is Big Ring Nova, tipping 4600 SCU. When it is 2 years long, we see these spins come. Get out of the way, because I probably can't see you.
Full sea heavy. This is Tressler cargo docking. That's a lot of freight.
Might have to save that link.
Need a plumber to get all the boxes out.
This stuff is surprisingly catchy.
Did you call ahead to confirm that we can handle all
Like,
that one?
Country and Space Citizen is... Star Citizen is not two things I ever imagined someone would mix, but it's working. It's working surprisingly well.
Well, it reminds me of Firefly.
Yeah, I can see that one.
That's what. But I think it's funny how they've actually made it a, like a radio. And so they've got advertisement in it. They've got, their own branding. Their little, catchy little tune. 103, whatever it is. And so, yeah.
Honestly, it would be kind of nice to have more Star Citizen themed space station or radio stations.
Mm-hmm. And to actually be able to tune in, like, on the system and be playing it in game. But maybe that's when Spectrum integration will actually come into play.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Spectrum would be perfect. Like, tie it through the forums somehow.
Because we are having Spectrum integration where people outside can literally talk to people inside game.
Paladin Gaming.
To be clear, what they first need to do is add radios to all their goddamn spaceships. Before they do that, it wouldn't help. Like, why the hell do we not have space radios? Like, it seems like an obvious thing. We have goddamn cup holders. Where's the radios?
We need a whole kitchen, really. But,
I'm sure they're gonna add that eventually.
yeah. I mean, it's like Eurotruck. If you think they've got integrated online radio, and so very similar.
Yeah, that's
to...
a quite.
Paladin Gaming.
Isn't that also a quite decent
Imagine if you
implementation?
could have this sorted to your
sort of like,
MFDs,
all the live or any internet radio can be integrated into it, and you can play it, and you can be listening to local radio from where you're at, which is actually Usually don't listen to smooth radio whilst I'm driving. You could have this sorted through your MFD. Yeah, exactly. You know, like, you know, they could even put live streams coming through as well. So, like, have like a presentation. Or somebody sitting there. Why am I don't know what I'm doing. My brain is not awake right now.
Right now, I'm just questioning myself, what would Star Citizen themed metal sound like? I mean, I can imagine rock, I can imagine pop.
Hey there,
Hip hop
Hollis.
makes sense, techno definitely, country is the most logical thing of them all. But like metal, how the hell would Star Citizen metal sound?
We'll round out the set with
I need to know.
Paladin Briscoe from his album,
Said,
How'd I Die From That?
have it palak through the ship's speakers lol.
Oh, yeah. See, now you're talking
Paladin Gaming. Said, I'm sure I could come up with something lol.
Mm-hmm.
Started running cargo in a rusty old tin can. Freelancer took a beating. Over time it hardly ran. Scratched out a living. Never had much to spare. Dreaming about the day I traded in for something fair. Said goodbye to my freelancer. It done served me well. Walked into that showroom, Lord, you should have heard me yell. I seen her there on
But the person who did the songs, fair play to them.
Hercules, a hauler's dream come true. Named her Gertrude after mama, so I feel close to home. Largest hold I ever seen, queen upon the throne. Her thrusters hummed like music, her speed was off the charts. But every time I touched her down, she tried to break my heart. Now it's duck diving Gertie, tail up in the air. She don't sit right when
I only have one.
tried to fix her, tried to shift her, tried to balance on the ground. But Gertie kept on bowing like a duck about to drown. Took her back to the dealer, said, boys, I need a change. This bird keeps nosing through. I swear I'll go insane. They said C2s tend to do that, unless the ground's real flat. Son, we've got other haulers, we can trade her just like that. The other ships, they didn't speak to me, there wasn't one I found. I looked back at old Gertrude tilted forward on the ground. My heart was saying, give her one more try. Thank her at the dealer and burned out into the sky. Now it's duck diving Gertie, tail feathers in the air. She don't sit right when she's landing. Now I just don't care.
It's gonna be rough.
Always told me, son, take pride in what you have. If she were here, she'd tell me, boy, quit fussing how you land. And so I flew with Gertrude, felt like mama, she'd be proud. Whenever she pitched forward, I would laugh out loud. And when other haulers saw us coming in to land, they'd shake their heads, not understanding why I was a fan. Now it's duck diving Gertie, tail up in the air. It might not be the ship at all, it's just our special flair. Touch her down, she dips her nose like she's sniffing at the ground. I smile and load her up again for another round. Yeah, it's duck diving Gertie, tail feathers in the air.
Paladin Gaming. Said, newest guard sounds interesting. A vehicle transport version of the Valkyrie.
Do we know if that's literally a version of the Valkyrie, or if it's just like the a paladin and stuff, and that it's kind of similar-ish to the Valkyrie?
I'm not too sure. I have to actually look up the... I know there's a lot of new ships coming out, and I haven't really looked into every single one of them.
Yeah, same. Trying to avoid the spoilers. Honestly, I'm really just waiting for them to release a tank with an autocannon on it. Because all the ground vehicles we have right now feels too slow. If you see something you want to kill, it's gonna take you like 10 seconds before it goes kabloomy. It's too slow. We need something quicker.
We need something to actually... We need a bulldozer. That's what we need to remove all the rocks. A rock crusher, where you drive in a, and more people that drive around the location clears out all the rocks, so then it's a nice flat surface.
No clue how they would make that, but it would be awesome.
No, they just need to start putting roads into the network. What, nobody? Outside? That's unusual.
I mean, roads would at least make sense on like the major planets and those kind of locations. Maybe not around Pyro or some of the moons, but like on the actual corporate planets, yeah, where the hell is the roads?
Yep. Or when they
Paladin
do
Gaming
the rework of the clusters.
Hee, I want the Paladin.
Then
For reasons rolling on the floor laughing.
Paladin wants a paladin. So what's the name of your ship? It's the same name as me.
You don't even have to guess why. Honestly, my big question is, who is gonna buy the Paladin and reserve the name Paladin for it?
You will.
The name restoration ship. Honestly, I kind of wish they made the name resignation and stuff for ships more available. Like, they kind of just stopped doing it, other than I believe a couple of new sales.
Well,
like, I have all good names for my ships.
Well, we don't know if the new change, because the player's name is going away on all the ships, and even if there's a person inside the ship, it's going away, unless you've scanned it. And we don't know if the named ship will be present.
I mean, I wouldn't expect it in already, but at some point.
So, instead of the number plate, the registration number. Oh, I got paid that time. Hey!
Yeah, I mean, that's what the names were supposed to be for.
Yeah. So, right now, all the ships will have number plates, and then if you've named it, I think your ship will actually show your name now.
And it would be awesome if they do.
And then if you scan it...
I won't be fast enough, lol.
You can... the player's name goes onto the ship, but if the player dies, the ship's name remains because you've scanned it, even if they claimed it. It stays.
Yeah, that's what I would imagine.
Because I was kind of like, I was watching it and it was just like, okay, wait. So if he dies and I scan it, if he claims it, if he scans it, it's sort of like the name stays. But then if I get into it, it doesn't change, but it says the passenger is in there, and it's just like, okay, right. Yeah, so I'm hoping it will show the named ships now properly. Because it never.
Well, if it does, I need to bring out my hammerhead, that's for sure.
I have to bring out my snow wolf, the Carrack, and the Vanquisher
Paladin Gaming
for the reclaimer.
Ship name Paladin's
Oh,
name.
I got my name for it so long, I managed to get the UES Reaper for my hammerhead.
Yeah, I was just like, they have to be upstairs.
Honestly, I wonder if the devs are gonna let us grab names from Squadron 42.
Would be nice.
Because a lot of my ships already have reservations which are based on like known ships in lore.
Wouldn't it be what's it called?
Yes, I'm going out in my birthday suit.
Already been used, so you can't actually rename, name something that is already been used.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm wondering. Like, will they actually reserve the names of Squadron 42 ships? Like, I mean, I guess it would technically be fine for, like, ships that get blown up, sort of like
Well, now I know why my
reference to them,
nickname
but
was
like,
reverted to my previous
yeah, like,
nickname.
are they actually gonna disallow use of names which are on currently, like, technically still existing ships? If not, whoever managed to get the name of the Bengal you're on in Squadron 42 is the luckiest person ever.
Yeah, you have to...
Oh, there's a red chest. You looked in it?
Red chest?
Yeah, right before you exited. Behind the thingy.
Need a ride, but don't need the frills with Vantage Rentals. Your wallet, well, thank you.
Where do you see a red chest?
I'm questioning how delayed the stream is, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not, looting. Do you mean downstairs?
Yeah, I was,
I
right
was
before you were
already up there. But I'm on the hunt for my Lucid 4. Wherever they fucking ran off to.
I mean, they're probably inside.
No,
My bet would be it's a side room you missed.
I didn't see any people outside, and it's at 4.
Wait, which bounty is that? 10
Paladin Gaming.
hostiles?
It's HRT.
Long delay,
you have
LOL.
to neutralize the 10, and then the boss spawns.
For who?
For a boss.
It's not for. Yeah, but I mean, who are the
oh,
money for? Because it's not the
Hurston.
guild, at least.
Hurston.
Oh, I've never done the Hurston bounties, so that's probably why it's not familiar to me.
No, I'm just long delay.
Beef chunks keeps you fueled from stepping to terror. Gold taste, no waste, fuel your flight. Hot beef chunks, pure delight.
Yeah, I just always make sure to check the big red boxes at least when I'm in dumb bunkers, because there's quite a lot of cool stuff you can get in them.
Should be about 30 seconds delay.
Need a ride, but don't need the frills.
Oh, it's not that long.
Vantage Rentals. Your wallet, well, thank you.
Whether I know.
I would guess probably like 10-15.
Alright. It's not crazy then. Alright, you. Where the hell are your guys?
Yeah, when you went down, like the first like cover you basically see as you enter the main part of the bunker, right on the backside on the floor there's a red box. I didn't see you open that one coming in or out.
You mean?
Like when you get down, you turn to the right, and as you come into the main area, you have like the like work surface and it can be on the floor right behind.
There, but I'm more interested in the bodies right now. Did that?
Make sure to check the doors on the spawn rooms.
Just did. I did that prior to going out, but I think this one just didn't spawn the people.
Yeah, I've also had bugs where the people are inside the elevator, but the doors never open.
Yeah, I can't really do much about. No, I could try and shoot through it. Hello?
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work, but
Yeah, why? No.
and I guess they don't exactly make sound, so
Yeah, sometimes. Oh, that's a shame. was a bit weird that the upstairs didn't have any people. I don't think there's a locker upstairs though. That they walk out of first though.
As far as I know, haven't rushed into Polaris, they spawn like right on top of the elevator. And they just exit from there.
It's like the locker is up in the air somewhere. They drop down. Supposed to. But I have seen them go in a random walk to like they got like an enemy and they just keep on walking, like they're searching for somebody, and they just go off in the. But there's no markers for them either, so it's kind of like I got a feeling this one is fucking spoiled. Dude. Never mind.
Good question. What's your plan when it comes to ship parts and armor and stuff before the patch? You planning to toss it planet side or keep it equipped?
I'm gonna start taking off my armor and store it in my ship lockers. There's a chance that if you've got anything equipped, you can do so. But other than that,
You're expecting your ships to be fine though?
yeah, it should be fine. I haven't really customized my ships in that sort of
I'm
sense.
hearing a lot of people say you should be tossing it planet side.
Yeah, and claim all your ship and all this sort of stuff. And no, I wouldn't worry about that. The armor, I can understand because there's a new system, kind of. That might cause, when they delete the database where all your armor is stored, so that it can, so you have a fresh character when you spawn. That database is not available, so then the items in question is not being returned to you, and so that is why there's a risk of being lost.
Yeah, I think people are fearing the weapons because we're still sort of waiting for a fix to the whole duplicating weapon and selling them for profit kind of thingy. So people are thinking maybe everything on your ships will get wiped also.
That, that's just unfortunate. There's always a risk for the ship wrap to always go, because especially like the mining heads is normally a big one for me when I've done the. But
my problem is I have consistently the last 3-4 weeks since I returned, any and all parts I leave on stations are gone like 3 hours later.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter if I get them from players or rip them off ships, like they just vanish. So like for me, storing it station side almost seems like the worst possible thing, because it's likely gone before the patching starts.
Well, I haven't had any major problems with my inventory. Normally I'm quite happy with a new patch because I get everything that I've lost back but duplicated, except if it's a flare item. But if a flare, I get my flare items back, which I'm normally happy about. But then this patch, I can understand the problems that, because it's a brand new, they haven't, got the system available to give back or link the items that they're saving on the character Because if that's the case, they could have literally said, you know, the items in your backpack would be saved at the same time. They kind of chose not to do that, and it's just the database saying lock items to player, and then it's sort of like you delete the patch, and it's sort of like, well, all that data's then purged. It doesn't go back to set player, does it? Because it's locked into that database. But if you're
thinking about the fact that, yeah, I was gonna say, if you're thinking about the fact they said all consumables are gone, we sort of know why that is.
Yeah.
What they're probably thinking is just it will be like if every character dies, like currently. So like, but by that logic, armor and stuff should stay. Stay on death.
The problem is you know, when it's red, it's locked to your character, so nobody can literally loot it. It's the same type of system. So the system is, the database is holding your info, but then they deleted that info when there's a new patch, and so when you spawn in, you're in a birthday suit, or just say
will they be doing that?
And so then, but then the items in question is being deleted from the system. It's not linked to your account. So again, that's where I think the bug is there's no return path for the red locked armor linked to you, to your
Honestly,
character.
I mean, as far as I understand it, the armor on the corpse has actually nothing to do with your own. It's essentially the reason it's being locked currently is just because it's a like just a fake mirrored version of the armor. Because the current system doesn't actually leave your stuff. That's also why you find duplicates of your ammo and stuff on the corpses. Like, what it's actually doing is it's making a new template of what you should have equipped on respawn.
I'm just literally saying the database that holds the info.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, like, is it a database? Like, are they referencing on spawn a database of, like, what should it be? Or is it actually stored, like, on the live servers? Because that's where the question is.
I think, because that's where it kind of... So when it dies, it's literally saying, access what I need to actually give back to player and recreate set body. And so then it's... and then it's also then create spawn point, or not, no, create ghost of dead body, meaning that you can go back and grab your loot, but if body is not available, then give back set loot, and that's why it then goes back into your inventory, or it holds, because there's no ghost body or lootable body, and so they give back everything, and that's why you spawn with all your items inside your thing. You know, when your body falls through the ground, or it's just deleted, it's sort of like, well, okay, we can't, we're gonna have too many people complaining that they can't return and grab their bodies because it's vanished, so we'll just give back the items for this time round until we can actually fix why the body is getting deleted. Who knows? Well, there's 6 bloody databases. Bloody everywhere. But I'm still gonna take off my bloody my clues. I don't trust them. So like, go. I don't mind putting it on every morning.
Yeah, I have at least taken and put all my gear in my storage.
I mean, I've gone round, I've tried to clear, clean all my ores. I don't know about the Polaris bits. From
like, when it comes to ships, as I see it, there's... Yeah, when it comes to ships, as I see it, there's 2 possibilities. One is the rumored idea, which is they will reset all the ships, in case there's like bugs and repound stuff, so the ships are always correct. And then they will basically just dump everything that was on the ships, non-originally, in your default spawn storage. The only problem I see with that one is some people have so many ships. I don't know, what is the storage limit for the local storages? Because they do have a limit. Something like, could you hypothetically go over? But at the same time, like, that limit is probably high enough.
I guess if... also the problem with that is that if you've got too much items, then you know you've got your load time might be longer than all the rest.
Yeah. The other version I've heard is that they're gonna try and just save the ships as they are. Which is of course the best option, but as someone who has worked a little bit with like CryEngine, I realize it's very different than what the Star Citizen engine is now. But as someone who has worked with it, the way it references inventory systems and stuff, there is both a live reference and a database reference. So I imagine that's still true, and if it is, then frankly one of the most unsafe places to store stuff would be on your ships. Because the ships are just stored on the like on the live servers.
Yeah, but that's why all the database and the locations that you've stored anything gets deleted in a new patch, and everything is then collated, so all your items is then merged into one account. So then when you spawn, you should get it back. But the armor database is not, and so there's possibly a risk of losing it because there is no link on how to actually detach the items from your body to move it back to your main storage. Now, this could be all flipping hearsay, you know, without actually knowing if there is a bug or not, you know. But it's sort of like, do you want to risk it? Or do you just want to take it off and then at least you get your armor back and you can put it on as soon as there's a new patch? It's kind of like that type of scenario. People will come in and go, well, I've lost all my armor. You know, if it was like a specialized armor that you found or something and I've lost it, it's sort of like, was it already attached when the new patch came out? Yeah, I had it attached. I was away for a couple of weeks and I couldn't log in. That's why you've lost it. Oh, okay. So it kind of, there's like an explanation of why we lost it. It's because of you. But if nobody has any problems, then it was like, meh. It's like the what is it, the 2000 bug? You know, when this systems went from 99 to 2000 or 00.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
honestly,
no.
I think my plan is to keep everything on the ship since, well, I know most stuff I put, well, I say most, everything I put on station so far has despawned, and that includes extras I got from players. At first I thought it was just because I was only putting like default items on the stations, like maybe it was detecting it. But then I actually put some parts I got from someone else and they also vanished. So I think my plan, just like to try both things, because truthfully all the parts I tossed off was not on my default spawn location. They were on orbital stations. So I think my plan is I'm gonna take most of my ships with like really valuable size 3 parts and keep them on the ships. And then I'm gonna strip a couple of my fighters, which only has like size 1 and 2 parts, and you can get good enough parts from stores. And I'm gonna strip those parts and put them on the default spawn station or city storage, just to test. So I have a little bit of both to see what works best. Because like realistically, dumping everything off my ships is gonna take too much time anyhow. And if I lose the crap of my fighters,
right now there's always the risk of everything being deleted anyway. So it's kind of like, well, just play the lottery. And don't get angry at the end of it. It's sort of like, well, you lose, you lose. If you win, you win. I mean, like I've said, I normally get everything back. I've had no issues with my account. It's just normally I get a ton of reduplications of like multi-tools, medic guns, all the attachments for them, because it's sort of like the amount I bought in that previous patch, and then by the time, you know, I'm having a wipe, I'm glad for the wipe because my inventory is just full of crap. But you're trying to find a single item, and I have to go through pages and pages of things that I don't really need. But
I mean, the only benefit I have on that topic is I don't keep shit I don't need. My inventories are relatively, like, sterile.
no, it's sort of like, when back in the, well, I'm hoping it'd be less of an issue now because I'm not having to rebuy everything because everything is attached to my body when I'm respawning, so it's a little bit less of an issue. I am hoping anyway. So, yeah, I don't know if I can actually drop down or not, or if there's a heal there.
Quick question, if you had to take a, well, admittedly mostly blind guess, about when do you think the Persistent Universe will be fully released? Like, based on the current info we have. Like, of course, everyone knows it could be 2 years earlier or 10 years later, but like...
When economy starts coming out, the money side of things, that's when things become having to lock because they can't keep on rebuilding an economy each patch.
I'm actually thinking dead set opposite. I'm pretty much guaranteeing we will not keep stuff when the economy comes, because the first few times it's gonna end up so messed up.
The persistent, so then from that point onwards, when the economy is growing and fluctuating and it's properly implemented in that sort of sense, then that's when our accounts will then become solid in that they will do a patch and all our data, all our life as such will remain regardless of a patch. There would never be a wipe from that point onwards. The only time they will have to do a wipe is if there's a major issue with the infantry system, but by that time
we already know
that it's guaranteed that the database wouldn't need to change because they would have done all the major changes, because right now there's lots of changes where they're going through the different items and they're changing them and change from legacy systems to new systems, and you can understand that there's glitches and all sorts going on, so they delete it to purge that data, which is understandable. With the economy, to literally delete say a year's worth of data in economy growth in a game and then having to start from scratch again, is that's where it's sort of like, wait, I've just spent a whole year grinding up to here and now you're deleting my account. It's kind of like it throws a bit of salt in the wound, I guess.
I mean, the latest official note we have is exactly the opposite of what you're saying. The only official quote we have on the resets is 1.0 will 1 billion% guaranteed be a complete wipe.
Yeah.
Because of real money items. Essentially, when 1.0 releases, they will be wiping everything. So you will start with exactly and exactly only whatever you bought for real money. Like, that is the only... I mean, it's old info, I will say. It was back in, like, 2016 or something they said that. So it could have changed, of course. But that is the only, like, official info we have to this date. And that's why I'm curious, like, when are they gonna start actually lowering the wipes? Because you're also right. If they end up, like, not really wiping anymore, let's say we get one in, like, 5 point something, let's say middle of 2026, and then the full game releases, I don't know, 2029, 2030, something like that, you're dead on right. We probably have at least 2, maybe 3, 4 years of, like, economy and crap. The idea of wiping all of that shit? Like, people are gonna be pissed. But at the same time, how do you guarantee that a lot of that money and economy hasn't been built on systems where your gains were artificially increased? And, like, how do you guarantee that it's actually a fair system? Yeah. I guess the true answer is we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens.
sorry, yeah. I would definitely, 1.1 is sort of maybe the cutoff date, shall we say, of where they need to purge data, and by that time, hopefully they would stabilize. That's when the economy will start holding the data, where you can then start to grind out your life within Star Citizen, because that's when Squadron 42 would be also part and parcel linked to version 1. And so then,
yeah, that's true.
You're a citizen, you're making a life, you're making, and then that's when the verse is then going to start to hold history, and you're going to make a story of yourself. To wipe any of that, especially when we're doing these special events where and stories, is how they're holding on to that information. Is sort of like if they can to actually say you were here when we were doing the story. I was there when they done the headhunters were trying to push into Stanton story arc. I was there. And it's going to be one of those annoying systems. I just hope we will get to the stage where they will stop to wiping it, and we can imagine the crafting system. That's just bloody. It's sort of like you've just spent a good chunk of time been crafting everything or getting all the information, only to lose it.
Yeah. I mean, by the end, we are playing in an alpha. They've been quite clear about that.
Yeah.
I would hope when they actually transition to a beta phase, I would hope that from that point on, wipes would at least become very, very rare. Like, if, say, there's a wipe when we enter beta, and, like, that's the last one before release, I guess that would be a decent enough compromise.
But then
my gut tells me they're gonna add at least 10 other wipes, just because crap doesn't work.
Yeah. And the reason why I tie it to the economy is because, if you're making too much money doing something stupid, then it breaks the economy side of things. And so, they have to safeguard that. And by safeguarding the economy means that you don't have any further glitches from happening, because they've bought them all. And everything is balanced, every single route that you take is balanced to exactly the same. So there's no single route of getting rich. You have to actually, And how doing this is how the same doing bounties, that type of shit. But then, again, it goes down to risk and reward.
Honestly, I hope that different things. Yeah, I would say I hope different activities will have different payouts. Like, if you can earn the same amount of money doing FPS bounties as cargo, I don't foresee many people doing cargo at all.
Exactly. That's why it needs to be worth it in its... because then it's just, everybody's just doing one thing, and then there's nothing where they want the verse to be living, breathing, and alive. And so by the actions of the players now, if people doing bounties cause the influx or demand in the economy, and so then that's where the haulers and the miners are getting their bonus money as such, which is then counteracting the reward doing bounties. But there's no pew, you're just literally moving boxes from left to right, but you're doing supply and demand sort of.
Yeah, as far as cargo, supply and demand has been stated as like the balancing factor.
Exactly.
Like,
so and then the miners do exactly the same. mining and refining, you know,
Yeah.
you go out and you're getting flipping aluminium, or you're getting copper, or even just iron, and then you refine it and you've got it stored in your things, and then there's a demand for iron somewhere where you can get, say, 3 times or even 5 times or 10 times the amount for the iron that you've got, where, you know, because there's a massive demand for iron. Still needs to be
Yeah, I
pulled
mean,
from
they even
the
had
ground.
Yeah, I'd say they even at one point had an example where if players went and killed a lot of NPCs on a planet, eventually prices for like guns and defensive items would actually increase on the planet.
Yeah.
Which, like, I hope that actually ends up becoming real, because it would be awesome. So
Yeah,
essentially, players actually... It's not
salvage
just
guy.
players running the economy, but like NPCs also adapt to what players are doing.
You know, the haulers going in, scrapping it, putting the items off, taking haul away, you know. So everything comes into play from that point onwards. And what they also need to do is make it fun as such. Because if it's always just maintained like the... Because right now, you know, the grind doing these flipping replication is a flipping pain in the ass, because half the time they fail because of bugs. But eventually, hopefully, all missions will work. Sick. That's what I would like. Oh.
Yeah.
But then, I suppose you don't want a reputation system to literally instantly fill to level 6 or 10, whatever it is. Because then that's it, you're done, aren't you? And so it has to be very slow.
I mean, the only thing I will say is I'm really curious whether or not this game will turn into like an actual MMO on release, or if they intend to keep it more like a like the release is a final release. Like what I mean is, will there be new planets and systems and stuff added after release, and new resource types and that kind of stuff? Or are you looking more on a live service game where they will add new weapons and armor and ships, but like the planets available and like the systems will not really evolve?
Are they, I believe the free-to-play players will allow to join a landing zone, such as Area 18, maybe Orson, but Lawville, that type of place. But you're literally just standing there with clothes, you know, civilian clothes on, no armor, no gun, no money, no nothing. And then you can literally go to a job board, such as be a crew of a paid, and then you become a citizen in that sort of sense. As a like,
honestly, that would be awesome. It would be real awesome if free-to-play players could be hired instead of NPC crew.
Well, that's
like
where the
they would make their way into the verse, like
exactly,
earning money from other players.
You know, you pay you know, $5 an hour or whatever it is, doing cargo, and you jump around, and then you know, as soon as you then make your money, you can then buy yourself your first ship, and then you have to pay for your insurance and pay for your habitat, and then pay, you know, so there's in-game taxing for a free-to-play side of things, but you know, you haven't put a dime in the game.
Honestly, I can't wait for the day people have to pay for insurance, and the number of people are gonna say, I lost my ship because I couldn't afford insurance.
fine.
I mean, the official quote from them is that you would have a certain period of time to essentially buy the insurance with a small additional penalty fee to sort of get your ship back.
See, I want
and like real money
different
ship
types.
would permanently you always be a buyback on.
So I want the insurance for the sashi, then the assurance for the components, guns, so you can, because if you do the sashi, you get the default loadout, not your loadout back.
The way they stated that is, yeah, they've actually stated on that already. Apparently what will happen when you change the loadout on a ship is you essentially have to pay a one-time fee to update your policy to cover that new loadout.
Yeah,
there will be no way
that
of
makes
getting the default weapons back.
Yeah.
Think like
No.
a car real life. If you modify the car, you're gonna have to reinsure it afterwards, covering the modifications.
There you go. But then armor or internal coverage that covers armor, guns in its locker. I'm not talking about ammo, food, and that sort of stuff. Medical supplies. That's that you have to just reload your ship in that sort of sense. But you can then put an armor set in. You can put a medium, a light, heavy, environmental into the lockers. When you claim it back, you will still have to load your ship again, and that's sort of the you've lost your ship. Now you can always go back and get your chassis if you don't want to reload your whole ship up again. But something in that sort of sense.
Honestly, I'm halfway wondering if the stuff you have in your ship will actually just vanish. Like, I'm just thinking real life. If you crash a car in real life, you lose everything on the inside. Like, at most, you might get a monetary compensation for it. Like, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if that's what they're doing. If they're just giving you an amount based on, like, the value of stuff. But, like, that's a big question. How does that work for cargo? Say you're flying a big hull E with, like, literally hundreds of millions worth of cargo. Like the big capital-sized cargo freighter.
Cargo ships are different. You will have to take out cargo insurance to cover the insurance will cover that as a value, a monetary value on
right, yeah,
which is cargo. But I'm talking about the armor equipment itself. So your insurance to the loss, the financial loss of the items that are on the ship. So you will.
Wouldn't they just like my logic says? Wouldn't they just do that like cargo? Just say you have to essentially have a cargo insurance for the storage size of your ship?
Yeah, precisely. That's why you would have to take out another. So you can load your ship. You can get your items, the armor items back, and those items are replaced at so you don't get any financial gain. You get a replacement armor back. And so the same with real life insurance. If your TV gets stolen, they give you another TV back, like for like. Yeah. Now, if it's a specialized armor such as you've modded it yourself, unfortunately that is not covered by insurance, but a like for like replacement will be issued to you, such as a standard one where you can then recraft it if you need to. I don't know. Or you choose a financial replacement, at that time. I don't know how, because I don't know how the armor crafting side of things is going to work yet.
No, that's
if you have to put one piece of armor in, then craft, put some elements in and then roll the dice, and then out pops a modified armor set. That type of scenario. And so then you would get only the base module back of the modified version.
Honestly, I'm hoping it's not randomized. I hope crafting is rather like from A to B.
Well,
Like it's a range of values.
Recolo's flipping armor is flipping Lotto. I think that's going to be a flipping Lotto as well.
Well,
you can't select
yeah,
what
but
armor
it's dropping
pieces
from
you're
a
getting.
list of stuff.
No, you got
Like what I mean is when you upgrade it, I hope it isn't like a normal like fantasy game where it's just a random stats. I hope you can say upgrade and say I want better range, but it's then random how much of an improvement you get.
yes.
Like I sincerely hope they don't let you modify armors and just get something random, because that will just make it too much RNG. Like I don't think Star Citizen would benefit from that.
Well, it's going to be a combination of quality to the element, quality to the armor, and there's like going to be so many different tiers. So, and to literally, you can re-roll it again, and other people roll the same armor, but it's not going to be put this one in, put this in, and put this in, push the button, you're going to get guaranteed to get this as a scenario.
No.
So it is literally, I put this in, this in, and this in, and I was lucky enough to get this lovely armor. But to replicate that is sort of like one in a minute. Yeah, I'm not saying it's going to be that crazy, but you know, it's.
I would hope like
you know,
type of stats are less random, but like the exact values are completely random. So like you could essentially recraft the same armor with the same effects, but there is no guarantee it would be as good as the old one.
Per se, yes.
That way you like, it's not RNG in getting armor doing the same job, but it's an RNG in making the same good tier of armor. Think a lot like real life, like that's literally how manufacturing works. Like quality assurance, like there is a certain minimum rank you accept, rest are trust.
But then here's the thing though, with blueprints, maybe there's a way to, when you crafted it, you hold the information into a blueprint, meaning that if you then, so you can then replicate your armor by using a blueprint, which then you can then sell that to people. So somebody couldn't literally take your armor and
just copy it. Like, of course not.
No,
they would
need to they would need to have the blueprint to actually do it, which you can hold dear to yourself. If it's
I imagine you would blueprint the armor, and then when you craft from the blueprint, you would get something which is the same, but like the values would be randomized. Essentially, it would be a replica of the original item. It wouldn't be like exactly the same.
Yeah.
But it would be close enough that it could do the same task.
Yeah. That sounds reasonable.
Because like that's the whole point of blueprints. It's for you to sort of save like vague outlines of it.
And then make your monies. Do that.
In fact, I'm curious if ship blueprints might be part of insurance. Because they have been saying they don't want the biggest ship to just be pure insurance. Maybe like maybe capital ships and stuff could be almost like a blueprint system where like your insurance essentially covers the general combinations of components, but it's up to you to actually like take them to shipyards and like get them assembled again.
Keep it tuned to
like it would be really awesome.
Crusader's top music station.
Because I mean, think about it real life. If you get insurance for a car with modifications, you're gonna get money for some things which just aren't viable. Major components, you're probably gonna get a fresh version of the same components, and you're gonna end up with a fresh car. They're not actually gonna pre-install the modifications for you.
No.
So like, it would be really awesome if larger ships, like, I mean, component-wise, they will probably, as they stated, just install them automatically, but that's because it's easy. It's designed to be just click and drop in a physical version. But I'm thinking, like, if you start modifying like finer specs of your ship, I'm just really curious how they're gonna compensate for that kind of stuff.
Is that especially if it's crafted items? It's sort of
Like half of me actually kind of hope they don't compensate for it. So like the best of the best stuff becomes inherently valuable exactly because you can't get it back.
And
so like you get something that's...
Yeah, you can... Yeah, but then they literally stated that you should always recover your item, not just claim your item.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You know, even if it's damaged and broken, it's like it's better to bring the dead ship back to a repair shop and repair it than hit claim. And so, like you say, if you hit claim, you maybe if it's modified, then you get a value.
Yeah, we know. Part-wise, the idea is.
Item.
Yeah, because the problem is the last official words we had is prior to them saying they're supposed to be crafting.
Yeah, no, but
like,
wait.
Our last official words from the devs is from the time when crafting wasn't a concept for Star Citizen. When like parts were supposed to be just generic rarities. So like every epic rarity XL1 quantum drive would be exactly the same quantum drive with no differences. And at that point, the quote was, your insurance will replace your parts in equal quality parts to whatever the insurance was signed with. But now crafting is a thing, and that's the thing, like, every epic grade XL1 won't be exactly the same.
Yep.
So are you just gonna get, like, is the answer gonna be you get a generic epic grade XL1, as in it's like you just crafted an epic grade right here now, and it's complete RNG on the exact stats? So technically the insurance could give you a better part than you had? That would be the realistic approach. Literally just saying, it's like you just craft a new of each part, that's what you get. But then again, at that point people would say, give me a more expensive insurance, guaranteeing certain quality, and by the end of it, you're asking for pay to win.
Well,
not real money pay to win, but in-game pay to win. And well, if this actually turns to the economy, that's bad.
Yeah, that's where.
Like honestly, when it comes to economy, I hope the devs look a lot on EVE Online, because they have nailed it. Like it's been existing for so many years now, and it works. It works really well. Like every single thing you own, even as a new player, has an inherent value, and you feel it. Like losing like a tier 2 out of, I think there's like 14 tiers of ships or something. Even losing a tier 2 ship, it hurts. Of course, if you're rich enough, you can just buy a new one. But the reality is, you still just literally lost that ship. Like even the minor things has inherent value. Because like, they're not worthless. If you don't need it, you can sell it to someone else that needs it. And if it's destroyed, well, now someone else have to make that new basic tier ship. There will always be someone who needs something. Like I think that's the big problem with Star Citizen right here and now. It is that bad components doesn't have a value. No one wants a grade C civilian component. What we need is a system where there is a purpose for them. Say you have certain ships with, like, I know the devs haven't coded it yet, but I also halfway hope you can have multiple copies of ships. So like, say you could have a fighter which is spec'd out to be like super fancy parts for when shit is truly important and you need the best of the West. But you could also have like a different clone of the same ship with just really cost-effective parts which you can use day to day. Like, I'm not seeing why they wouldn't let you do that, because if I go to a dealership and say I want 10 cars, they're gonna let you buy 10 identical cars. Like, it's honestly kind of weird they haven't allowed that in-game currently, but I guess it's because they don't want the databases to grow too big in a test phase.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for that baller which
also
literally owns a whole shipyard with like 17, 18 bloody Idrises. And when you come there, he's like, you ask which one is yours, and he just says all of them.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's why I think a modified ship is, you could say, unique to that ship only, and so it needs to be what's it called?
Needs to have a value. I mean,
Yeah.
salvaging and rescue is a thing. Like, why would you ever pay someone to get your old ship back if you could get an identical one?
Because, but then claiming a time is also, the larger the ship, the longer it's going to take to.
Oh,
day-wise.
yeah.
They said that.
Honestly,
so it's going to be the
I
same as
hope-
if you're crafting the ship.
Yeah, I hope their like original quotes, like this is back like before 2010, we're talking like ancient stuff, but I hope like their official quotes of like a Idris will take like 2 weeks real time. I think that's the quote they used because this was when they announced Idris. I hope it is actually that slow by the time the game releases. Like, because at that point you're gonna want to keep that thing alive, even if it's a fucking floating wreck.
Well,
If you
at
could
least
make-
go and get it. You're not going to just.
Yeah.
But then, you know, if you think, if you've lost a battle and you, I don't know, let's say, because, I don't know, you use the escape pods and you have to flee, because you don't want to flee, you wouldn't
Yeah.
be killing yourself, so you're going to be using the escape pods to actually flee. So then you're leaving the carcass behind. Now the attackers, or the victors, then board your ship, and then take your ship. It's sort of like you've just lost your ship, and
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean.
So it's kind of do you scuttle your ship, which is okay, you still scuttle your ship, but then again you've got a long wait for your ship to come back. So there's so much negativity for losing it. It's kind of like, one, you need to decide when to leave a battle properly.
Yeah. I mean, that's why you have the big shiny red suicide button, or like self-destruct button. Like,
But
hitting
then,
that
you
button
know, even
could actually be a
leaving the
viable option.
carcass behind, you might, return to the carcass to
Well,
retrieve it.
presumably the carcass would be salvage. It wouldn't be retrievable as a ship anymore. Like, that's where we have, like, soft theft currently. If it's soft theft, that is still very much a ship. That is just a damaged ship. That is still, presumably, you can slap on some basic ass engines and a temporary power supply and you can move the thing. Like, you don't leave a ship of that quality. That's where the self-destruct button comes. If you don't think you can recover it, you blow it up. You leave. But like, what I'm thinking is like the level beyond that. Like, it would be awesome if there is a system where let me think how to put it. We technically have it in game now. If you claim a new ship on insurance right now and you fly back to where you crashed your ship, you can find the wreck. What I'm hoping is that they really make a big difference between a wreck and a damaged ship. Like, currently we have a state which is soft theft. Like, your ship is either it's working or it's soft theft. I'm hoping you could technically find an Idris, which has turrets missing, one of the engines are cut off the hull, it has 2 big fucking holes in it so it doesn't hold an atmosphere, but it's still flyable. Essentially way beyond the current soft state. But at this point you could take it to, say, a shipyard, and you could graft on a new engine, you could patch the holes. The ship you end up with would be considerably worse than an actual brand new Idris, but it's still fully functional. So we end up with essentially patchwork ships around the verse. Because my big question is, how the fuck are we gonna explain pirates in brand new shiny polished ships? We need pirates to be running around in bloody, patched up scrap hulks. They're not gonna be pirates if they don't. Like, I want to be able to look at a pirate ship and go, that is 17 patches, layer upon layer upon layer. Holy fuck, I don't want to fuck with that dude, because either he is willing to drive the shittiest piece of crap ever, or he has literally fixed that ship 17 times. Like, imagine the epicness to just seeing someone try to board you,
Well,
and it's like the most beat-off piece of shit ever.
They did say that especially like the repaired, so
Yeah.
there will be, so you
It
can
would
go
leave
out,
marked.
you can scrape the destroyed ship to actually get yourself armor or
Yeah.
scrap, whatever it is, to and then you repair your ship, and as you repair your ship, the skin will come back, but it's unpainted. So you will then, if you're out in space for a long time and you've gone through a lot of battles, but you're not returning constantly to a spaceport, and we've seen how much the repairs can be. So by what you've literally said is, if you've thrown your ship back together as such, to repair, it's you will then see a ship flying in, and it's sort of like, okay, that ship is old.
All right.
The amount of damage, the glass is
Gotta pay the bills.
scratched, the
Stay
paintwork,
locked in.
it doesn't
This
match
afternoon's
everywhere, and it's sort of like all of those type
Some
of.
chart-topping hits you definitely
I can't
won't
wait to
want.
actually see that state. I don't.
Tune into Cloud9.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna like seeing the glass being, scratchy, because we've seen how bad that they can be when they put the good skin on you. You're trying to see through, and you're like, well, what the fuck? Especially.
Well, I hope that is the thing. I hope actually having to
you're in
swap
a
out your
mall
goddamn
with
windows.
a flipping mine, a flipping rock, and you just can't see out of it. It's just like, what
Yeah.
yeah. But they need to give us some sort of, I don't know, repair tool or buff tool or something to where you have to spend, zap your glass, and then you can kind of semi-repair the glass. But your side panels you may not worry about as much. So you will, where the pilot sees it, but you spent a little bit of time. I don't know. You're out there.
I mean, the
repairing
answer is, the straight simple answer to that is, every single ship, we're not talking fighters, we're talking something at least medium size. Every single ship will have more than one window.
Yeah.
If the big window in front of your pilot blows up, you rip out the glass, put a metal plate on there,
Or
and
even
you're
go
now
down
gonna have
to,
to have someone in a different location relay info to you.
I don't know, Daymar, and then pick up sand to actually make a glass.
Yeah, or
silica,
craft
a
one.
bit of get silica and sand, and then combine it to make, and then the tool will literally fill in the glass as such. Why not?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a
I just
game.
really hope. I just hope stuff like that be permanent. The only thing we have seen was when they tried armor tech. I know they spoke about one thing which immediately made me say, oh, that's fucking awesome. And that was the idea of armor materials. So like when you're patching it up, you could patch something up with a cheaper material. And literally when you go back to the station and you actually fix your ship, you can't just magically upgrade that shit. You would actually have to cut out the repair and then fix it. So essentially a repair isn't even partially fixed. It is actually further from a fixed state. Because at that point you have to first remove the patchwork before you can fully fix it. Because that will end up with people literally saying like, screw it. This fancy military ships comes with materials which cost me a fortune. I can get 80% of the whole HP by slapping on this generic material. Like, imagine just seeing someone having a ship made of something completely different.
Yeah. I mean, that's where crafting comes in, but then we don't know whether or not you can actually replace the hull with another element.
Well, in their arm preview they showed it, so I think that's still the plan. To be clear, I don't think you will be able to tell exactly which metal it is.
Yeah.
I imagine it will be something like if you use one sort of type of high quality armor material, the armor will be like grade 3 armor, etc. But still, like, I hope you can see the difference between a whole patch with like cheap ass plate metal and a whole patch in like fancy lab made high tech synthetic alloys. Like,
But then
imagine just
we're also still waiting for durability to come in with everything. So guns, armor, ship, everything is going to
I can't
deteriorate
wait.
over time. And so,
rust, space rust.
going in
God, I
and out
can't
of
wait for
ammo,
space rust.
radiation, lightning strikes, laser burns. Everything is gonna, even going in and out of bunkers with the same armor, you're gonna start seeing wear and tear, and then I guess that durability or even the armor rating will then decrease. It might be a heavy armor once, and now it's not even. It's got holes in it. You've been shot a couple of times.
I mean, I don't think it's realistic, but it would be awesome if you would literally have like someone blew a hole in your armor, you loot it from the corpse. It is still full protection on the areas where the hole isn't.
Oh yeah.
But if you get shot exactly where the hole is, it's like you don't have armor. Like, that would be awesome.
And then again, you can patch them up
gonna
as
keep it
such,
moving,
but
silver
then
lining.
the
Attract that
durability
Patch would be worse.
is, so where the armor has not been damaged, it's still classed as heavy. Where you've patched it up, it's now medium to heavy. And then if you've, depending on the quality, it goes down and down and down, and then it's just like, well, you might want to replace your armor, mate. It's time for a new one.
I mean, we already have a patchwork armor. The
And then you just chuck
Overlord?
it in,
What is it called?
Yeah, you recycle it. Get a new one.
Imagine finding someone in like super fancy, luxurious, like white ivory colored armor from some luxury brand, and just they're out of money, so there's just a random patch of grey, dull, rusted metal on the side of their helmet. That would be so awesome. Like, someone dings your ship, scratches the paint, and now it's like, do you have enough money to repaint that ship, or are you gonna live with the history of someone just dinging your ship? I can't wait for this crap to be in game. Like, I swear my Talon is gonna look like the biggest patchwork ever. I mean, presumably at some point it will just fall apart and I'll be forced to get a new one, but I can't wait to literally have all of the long, like, sticks of feathers literally being like 20 different types of metal just welded together haphazardly. Hot rods, that's what I'm saying. Rat rods, rather. Like, I want that crap. So badly. Oh, and for the record, I can't wait to see someone take a Super Hornet and make it the light edition by cutting off all the armor and just making a floating frame. That needs to be possible. If the devs don't let us take the highly angular QB flat-plated ship and do that with it, they're missing out so hard. There is not a single round smooth surface on that thing. It would be perfect to just make it a big floating frame. It would be bad for protection, but it would be lightweight and agile. Like, imagine fighting a Super Hornet in your arrow and asking, why the fuck is that thing more agile than my arrow? Why not?
Yeah, exactly.
Or the opposite, fighting an arrow and finding that they've put like 3 layers of armor on it, so it's the slowest thing in the verse.
Those skills are way beyond my skill set.
Are
But I
you
do have
outside?
the
Are
skills
you
Daredevil skimming the deck. First up, you're gonna feel that energy with Dragon on the flow. Then,
Probably inside.
you got something big from the underground. Maximum Thrust by the 6-person heist crew,
That's that
making
fun.
waves across the system. These
31k. That feels
and I'm curious to hear what each of them brings. with
that
their
feels
own
so low.
Here's the first of those solos to
Is a boss.
the crew's high G getaway pilot.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
31k feels so low payment. I think the OP execution bounties are like 50, 60k.
Yeah, but his bones are. See where the
Oh, by the way, if you ever want something fun, get yourself one of the OLP bounties that is specifically on the OLP and not the paths. Rock up with a ground bomber. Just bomb the whole station. It is hilarious.
Is it lit?
Yeah, presuming they're outside. But what I find is they actually roam outside more than inside. Like the bounty targets are actually often on the outside. And yeah, by all means, if you can just spread a lot of bombs over the platform, it works. Speaking of, I can't wait for the day when we can actually torpedo bomb stations. No one's gonna get anything done because griefers are gonna blow up every single goddamn station. Mark my words.
I know because they said that they will have planetary shielding, which you have to actually pay for. So there is going to be some sort of technology to prevent that shit from happening eventually. Plus, if the protection does actually start to work properly, i.e. the Navy does actually come in with like different levels of not resistance, would it be resistant now? But the, so, they might fly in with a Gladius, gets destroyed. Now it flies in with a Hammerhead escorted with 2 Hornets. Then gets destroyed, so then it goes up the next tier, and it just keeps on getting higher level of protection to the point that you're actually fighting an Idris or a Javelin.
Yeah, I was gonna say, eventually you just have a capital ship doing orbital bomb.
And then it's sort of like the battle's not going the NPC's way, in comes another Idris. So you've now got Idris and a Javelin. Still not, the AI still can't win. Comes into Hammerhead. So it sort of like goes, I need reinforcements. Reinforcements are on way. Reinforcements are on way.
And the really cool thing about that is, eventually what you have is the most lucrative player mission ever.
Exactly.
Random settlement on random planet. There is 3 Idrises, a Javelin, and like a couple of Polars in orbit. Go fucking save this place. Like, what the hell would that look like when you arrive?
You literally stated the same thing. It's sort of like, okay, all UAE pilots, whatever, are reported, you needed to be reported to this location. And so now you've got all players coming in with NPCs on top. And so then it's just hell. It's just like all out flipping. It's like, shit, what the storm have I flipping kicked off?
Imagine the owner just stumbling back to their base and finding like multiple capital ships in orbit and everything.
Wreckage everywhere is like, hey, I spawned down there. Where's the trip's gone? It's like I got a graveyard of shit.
Even worse, finding their insurance fee just tripled over the night with no reason.
Yeah, you owe us 4.6 billion. It's like, what?
You realize
Or
what we're
even
talking about
trillion.
there is ultimate griefers problem?
Mm-hmm.
Where it becomes more lucrative to not destroy something than just... Oh my god. I halfway hope it happens. Like, eventually we just go to the 40k version of Exterminatus. Just nuke the whole planet. You get a new claim on the planet instead. Enjoy.
There will be, but then the grind system needs to come into play, and also the time to warrant escaping to staying and actually doing missions needs to be adjusted as well. So there's, you know, many different things that needs to happen. The log of the kill or the damage caused by individuals, the bounties that can be added to players needs to be correct. You know, so there's many different things that need to come to actually make things better. I mean, I don't mind being attacked because you've got an item, but then if it's just doing it for the sake of doing it, then it's kind of like, and there's like, there's, if you know that possibility that that person can go to prison and they're in prison for 7 days because they, I don't know, blew half your base to pieces in a protected, you know, zone. They've been caught, they've been captured, they've been sentenced, and they've got 7 days for it. You might go, okay, that's fine, but then it's sort of like they have to make it difficult for them to escape. You should be able to put bounties within inside the prison. I think they've actually stated that you can actually sort of like pay somebody in prison to shank somebody in prison. You know, there's overlords working in the prison system, and so then you can sort of make their life miserable within inside the prison element as such, where, you know, the time, you know, they have to kill people, the more people they kill in prison, the more time they're going to spend in prison, all because they thought it was smart to blow up a person's face, but you make their life live in hell.
I can't wait for the time when players will turn pirates of natural causes. Like, literally, they end up with a prison sentence so long, they end up just hiring a couple of pirates to fucking break them out of prison.
Exactly.
Like,
That,
think
you know,
the old
the
prison where you
escape
could enter from the lower levels, from the outside, and, like, extract people. But now they're eternally doomed to be a pirate because, well, their prison sentence just keeps adding up and adding up and adding up.
And, you know,
like,
from I don't know, if they do ever escape, the prison time does actually continue, like you said, going up because they're not in prison to reduce it. If they're again, they're put into another part of the prison where they need to learn to escape that part of the prison to get into the low sec prison where they can then escape again. If they escape again, they go into a higher tier where there is no escape system as such. So you have to work off a certain time to go down to the next tier, which will then you can then break out of that tier and go around. But it's kind of like you can do your time and you can get out, try and escape and you can get put in, but then there's levels of prison statuses.
I get what you're saying, but I sincerely hope there is no prison you can't escape. I just hope eventually you get put in a hole
it's
like
more
500 meters below a planet's surface, and the escape is 600 NPC guards in heavy armor with fucking machine guns. But like, if someone is good enough to kill the whole fucking prison, you can still escape. Like, that should be the end. It shouldn't be unescapable. It should just be so overkill that eventually you just have a single fucking person protected by like 600 guards.
Yeah, just tell them to log off for 7 days and come back. It's sort of like, there you go, there's your prison.
Oh, no.
sentence.
I mean, like, log off for 3 fucking months. Like, I want to see someone have such a high bounty that it's a actual, like, real wide worldwide phenomenon. Beholding someone get broken out of this prison. I want actual fucking pirates. People who are famous not because they artificially have a tag of famous on their head, but because they did the impossible. People who are literally headhunted 24/7 and needs to pay other players to protect their fucking corpse every time they log out. Like, I want real pirates. You know? The kind of people when you put a bullet in their head and you have their corpse, you don't turn them in for bounty, you hang them up on your ship wall.
Live in pyro, you know, unmonitored space.
Exactly!
But then,
I want people so fucking famous they are headhunted even in pyro.
But then, I would say yes, and the only time that they will be pingable is if they access their mobiGlas,
Welcome back.
any
Tuned into Cloud 9
computer
Radio,
systems,
Crusader's
you know,
top music
anything
station, bringing you
mission
all the top
related
hits of the day.
triggers
We're about to catch you up with the news,
the
but don't
target
go
is
anywhere,
in
'cause we're
this
diving
known
straight back into your
location.
favorite sounds.
And so
Yeah, I mean, it would
then,
work on, like, it would be like real life. If you ever touch a terminal in a habitation and someone stumbles over the place, they would be able to extract logs. That has already been confirmed. In fact, for bounty systems, the devs have said if you want to track, say, someone in a ship, there will be a console somewhere in the ship where you can extract info of who has been in the ship. So, like, if you're essentially a pirate who lives in a ship, the way to claim the bounty would be to go into somewhere, say, the pilot chair or somewhere in the cockpit, and essentially extracting a piece of, like, a computer board or something, and that would be your proof of, I killed the person, essentially.
Yeah. I mean,
And
they said the chair was the marker.
Yeah, the original saying was each chair would have a marker, but, like, I hope they go above and beyond. I hope there's actually, like, security system on ships. Like a log system, just if you interact with a ship at all, it's logged. Like, imagine coming back and checking the security on a ship and just finding that some random person has been logged into your computers. Like, your ship is still completely unhurt, nothing is missing, there's no damages, but, like, you just have random logs. Someone was snooping your computer system.
You know, like the STARLINER system used to be able to hack into a system, you know, a computer, or a ship, and then pull the information where some parts of it may be encrypted, which you would then have to actually de-encrypt, where you have to use certain apps or tools which you've purchased or you've achieved or got, and so then you break through the encryption, and it could be the location of a base, a location of a storage, a box, you know, those type of encrypted data. A log of a certain kill can be literally obtained, where you can then hand that into the bounty system, of which you would get a money where, you know, that gets put onto the person. Kill list.
Imagine having to be the pirate where, like, every time you enter a shop, terminal, anything, you have to, like, hack the fucking terminal to not leave traces of yourself.
Each time
That'd be about right.
Or more correctly, you purposefully leaving traces in weird location.
Yeah. Did I take it? Ooh, got that one down
Radio is
fast.
now calling on independent contractors, data runners, hackers, and bounty hunters to help uncover.
I mean, bounty hunting is supposed to be a gameplay loop, so I would hope this kind of stuff actually gets added. Like, imagine having to actually...
What they also need is a license in a armed system where you can go in without killing, just not killing. You go into the station station, you know that the person has docked at that station. You will then go up to the person, you will literally negotiate with the person saying, hey, I know you've got a bounty on your head, I'm taking you in. They go, fuck you, and they try to run. From there, you can use is it lethal force? No, it's the other one. Where it's
Non-lethal force.
You stun them.
Yeah.
You know, with a rod, and then they just literally go to sleep, or which then you use the blue, Cutlass blue, or the other one in the spirit, to literally then transport them to the court system as an individual, and they're in handcuffs at that moment in time. And
or even better,
that sort of stuff.
or even better, if you can't capture them on a station, imagine someone just permanently living on the station. No one can capture them, but they can't bloody leave, because the second they leave, security would just take.
That's where you have a license to arrest somebody in arms and stuff, but you can't kill in arms and stuff, so you can't. There's no way of causing any grievance in that sort of stuff. You're there. You might even need to go to the admin center and say, hi, I'm security officer, blah, 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 or bounty hunter, blah, blah, blah. And it will go, you've got 15 minutes grace to, or 30 minutes grace to complete your task. You then, you might have to access another terminal within inside the system to know which room he's in, or which location he might be in. In the store, but he might be in the cargo deck, for example. And so you would have to find that information. He might be down, any base, but every store, every location will record you with, like the cameras that are around the station where they say CCTV is watching you. So so you go there, you identify the individual by knowing what he's wearing as such. There's no literally just a mark over his head.
I would hope
you have to identify him by his body. That's what I do.
Imagine actually being able to fool someone by changing your outfit and just blending in.
Exactly.
Eventually it goes to the point where you have like 20 people looking for you, and they have to stop every civilian and verify your ID to find them.
No, it could be that. It's sort of like, I don't know, you could put this station into lockdown. That means that...
I mean, presumably if you're wanted enough, you would reach a status where like the actual station security would hunt you.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, maybe. No,
I mean, if you're basically a famous fucking criminal, eventually the fucking UEE itself will start hunting you.
If you don't have a crime stat for the UEE, then unfortunately, it's kind of like.
That's a good point. How the hell do you stop like a famous pyro criminal? Would you be protected by the UEE?
Imagine this, they get rid of the crime stats, so you can go into any stations, but the only problem is the when you
Cloud9, Crusader's top music station.
so you go in, you speak to you're the bounty hunter, so you go in, you speak to the admin person, they say, okay, you're authorized, and then at that time you can then push a button on the station, and it will go, attention, this station is in lockdown. That means nobody's allowed to leave, nobody's allowed to do anything. Everybody is there, and like you said, you have your team at the lift doors, for example. And it's sort of like they come up and they say, okay, you show me your ID, they hand over their ID, and then it's sort of like you hand it back, you say, yeah, you can go. And it's sort of like, so you kind of check everybody. Now, for some people who will just hit the escape button and try and leave the system, you're in a combat zone. So literally say your body will literally remain for a long time. So don't log out. So you can hide. You know, there have to be little places to literally hide in the station where when you've done a sweep of the location with your team, you still haven't found them. So then you would need to then go into the hiding spots, and you would then have to literally search them out. Again, there is no. It's still an arms zone, so there is literally, this is just hide and seek. But if the person wants to hide long enough, they can win. The lockdown cannot last forever. So you would have to request, and you know, if you go back to the admin guy and say I need more time, it will say you'll have to wait. You know, this is a place of business. I can't keep on buffing down the system. You need to wait 7 days, you know, or a day, until you know, come back tomorrow and you can reactivate it. And it's sort of like, then it will announce saying the system is now unlocked. The pirate can now escape. So you then, from that point, you know, the hunt is back on outside of the station, and the pirate wins that day. But in the other way, if the bounty hunter wins, he gets the body, and you know, they could be hiding in a habitat, for example, or even the toilet. They've logged out, so their body's there. They've I don't know, scan the body with a full, similar to like a fingerprint sort of checker, and it goes, yes, this is your target, and then you can just transport them over using a tractor beam or something to transport them, or you put them into a prison, you know, like a capsule type thing, and then you transport that to your ship, and then you take them in that way. So there's many different ways that you can actually do it, but I'm just thinking of like Judge Dredd, you know, I am the law.
I was gonna say, why not turn them into like an NPC when you log out? Like have an NPC just, they're essentially still there, but they're now an NPC.
That's what I mean is, you know, when we're in combat right now, it says if you log out, you're in combat, your body will still remain for a long time.
Yeah, you're just a stationary person.
You can't just run away. If the system has gone into lockdown, that's it. You know, everybody in that zone. But I kind of like they're having somebody at the list like checking, like give me your ID, and then if they don't give you the ID, now you could literally find other people at that moment in time doing those checks as well. You know,
imagine having successfully been running away for weeks, and some other fool just stumbles in. He's just like, he's not even a good criminal, and just by pure fucking random chance they scan you, and like your months of running away is over.
Coming right back.
God, I want that.
You know, that, you know, something as simple as that. That would. Because that just makes it a little bit of, nobody's dying, people are just being scanned. Yeah, I like that idea. I want that. That's
no, I agree. You're right, that's what we need. Honestly, one thing I'm curious on, just to say quickly, like devs have been speaking about it, but they never said a final when or what happened. We know there's supposed to be like the, essentially your character isn't memorialized, but there's especially a public record of people living. So like that's how the when you actually get finally killed and can't respawn works. Essentially your next character will be like inheriting your items. I hope when they add that there is some kind of crime backlog. So like if you die as a famous pirate, your next character obviously wouldn't be a mass criminal, because it is a new person, but like you would have some of the reputation somehow findable. So if anyone scanned that person, they will be able to see their ancestor was like this hyper famous fucking pirate. And imagine like the gameplay of then being taken hostile and kidnapped because like your ancestor basically owes us a fuck ton of money. Like, imagine being the dude going from literally being a pirate to like the most lawful of lawful people, and now having to actually pay for like their previous lives fuck-ups, essentially. By essentially having...
I would literally say name space only. So yes, you do. You know,
it wouldn't be name. It would be your ID, and like it wouldn't explicitly tell you, but you wouldn't inherit.
So it's your bloodline. But you know, the type of reaction would be if you were bad and your family, you were a bad person prior. You died, and then you're reborn. You've inherited. What will happen is you then, as you level back up, doing different missions, it does give you a leg, an easy foot in the door to the pirate side, because you've already got a reputation. It's sort of like, I used to know your father, you know.
Imagine if,
you know, whoever.
Yeah. Imagine if when you respawn, you are essentially getting a checklist where like you can choose what shit to inherit, and like if you inherit anything that is like known to be owned by the previous criminal, you essentially get a little bit of, well, crime stat or something similar. So essentially all the shit no one knew the pirate owned is free to be inherited.
Say everything as a new player, not a new player, but a new life.
I mean, that would be a little bit like real life. If you choose to take someone's debt, you can get the belongings. But if the debt is bigger, you can say, I forfeit the belongings, and or forfeit the debt.
The reputation side of things is more of a name basis, i.e. you can, you know, you go to a good side and it will go, I see that you didn't follow the roots of your ancestors. You know, or it's sort of like, haha, so the...
but I mean, like, more than one generation.
You know, you've got big shoes to fill. If you know,
yeah, but what...
a good, you know, you're inheriting, or you went down the bad route, you know, you've got big shoes to fill. Or I see that you didn't follow your ancestors' route of piracy, you know, try and stay clean. You'll go far in you know, that type of response. That's all that links your two characters together.
Yeah.
However,
that's confirmed.
If you chose to go good, then, you know, like with right now with the Headhunters and the Sisters of Prosper, you know, where you chose your side. So when you're leveling up, if you chose to go down the good route, you will remain the good route. All the reputation previously will then be wiped from your bad side. That means that to go up to a Ninetales location or a Headhunters location will literally go, hey, fuck off, you know, I don't want you here. You know, that type of scenario, because you chose your good route. Now if you, or the other way around, you stick with the thing, the bad route, and the good will literally tell you to go to the because you're a known pirate. You know,
I see what you mean, but I actually hope it's the opposite. I hope there is more than one generation.
You know, you can kind of, you're starting fresh. It's sort of like at that moment in time, you're because it's literally saying that you shouldn't punish somebody for what their parents did or whatever it is. You know, a murderer, you know, the parent killed somebody, but the children will not follow suit.
Requesting immediate
You know, so,
right.
People know the reputation of the father or the mother killing somebody, but the you know, the kids are now a brain surgeon, you know, saving lives, which is completely different to what the parents. So you know, the same could be true.
I get what you mean, but I hope it would go more than one generation. Because if it's just one generation, it's too shallow.
But
I hope you would be able to tell, like, they're from 8 generations of pirates. Because at that point...
I'm literally still saying that the history is you know, the parent or the person that you inherited is a completely different person. But they,
Yeah, you
know,
shouldn't
in the
actually be
dossier,
punished.
dossier as such of this player, it will literally say, I know, the life, to say, the family tree, as such. So you can literally look back through somebody's bloodline and go, that was a pirate, that was, you know, now it's a good person, that was a good person, he's now a pirate again, and you can kind of, so you kind of can build a life story around, you know, the history of your and, you know,
That's
that
what I
goes
mean.
back, like the dossier, you know, so you can sort of track somebody's sort of taste style. It's like, okay, they played several good lives, but 95% is always bad. He turns bad.
That's
and
also
it's
what I
sort of
mean, like, you mentioned how, like, pirates would find it easier because of your previous life. Like, there should be a difference between your long-term history. Like, if you have one previous life where you're bad, a pirate shouldn't immediately give you too much rep based on that. It could have been that it's just a random coincidence. But if they can see, like, you have 8 generations of...
you still have to build your reputation again.
Yeah. But what I mean is, if they find you have 8 generations of famous pirates, that should actually be more than a foot within the door. Because
no, I think
that's.
I mean, again, it goes down to, I know your family. I'm glad you have chosen the right path. You know, and it's kind of your, you know, the persuading of the guy is more easier to get in because you've got a long line of history with, like, your family, which is kind of what you're saying.
But that's what I mean. There has to be a difference between having 8 generations of piracy or every 3rd generation previously was a pirate.
I would just say
because
all that happens is the response to how the first interaction
Did you call ahead to confirm that we can handle all that?
slightly different
Alright, I'll let you
depending
talk,
on
but let me call my boss.
your lineage.
I think you're missing what I'm trying to say.
But
what I'm trying to say is there needs to be a difference.
Nobody gets an easy route. It's kind of you're a zero, regardless.
Yeah, you would still have to earn it, but like what I'm saying, there should be a difference between someone who has had like every 2nd or 3rd life they have been a bad person. That's essentially just an average criminal. Versus someone who has been a famous pirate 8 times in a row. Like, you shouldn't be given stuff for free, of course, because that defeats the gameplay. But you should be given other opportunities, basically. It should be like, when a famous pirate meets you, they should essentially say, I see you're from a lineage of 8 generations of famous pirates. Prove you're still one of us. Like, you shouldn't have to grind your way up as a lackey. Because at that point...
But then you're kind of saying 2 things. You're saying that they still need to prove himself. So it's sort of like, that's why I'm saying that the first initial response will talk about your previous life. But that's all it is. It's no. It makes it the interaction different each time, meaning that, you know, you never get exactly the same one because, you know, like, you're making a history going backwards. But like with all reputations, you're still at 0 level. You're still going to get rookie missions. You're still going to get grunt missions. You could maybe give a bonus point to so the more times you've actually done something. And so then...
Yeah, that's what I mean. You of course have to still do the whole loop.
You know, you complete the mission, you come back and they go, haha! See, it does run in the blood. You know, and then, you know, where it goes, if you're on rookie, is then you're up into the next tier immediately, you know, after doing all the missions, you know.
That's the thing, I'm hoping it's the opposite. I hope instead of it being a one time, I hope it's more like a long time. If you have enough lineage as a pirate, you essentially have a permanent 10-15% rep booster. So essentially you still have to do every step, but it's easier for you. The fact you recognize it means you will essentially climb the ranks quicker each time. So if you keep being a pirate over and over and over, eventually you would reach a point where like it takes a third the time of someone who is fresh at the thing.
And
because with totally reset, you don't have the ability to build a legacy.
A one-time interaction is so then you're just doing your life again. You're just trading everything again, and you're not. I don't know.
I'm just thinking if it's one time, it's too easy to like change it. Like there should be some permanence.
But then if you think you play your character for a year, okay, and you've made a history, and then you die, and then at the very moment you choose to go down the good route, and then you play for another year. So now you're 2 years not being a pirate, and you've been playing good. So now you die again, and you choose to go pirate again. Now you turn up, and it goes, I see your ancestors.
That's what I mean.
Was once a pirate. You know, or
it should essentially be like
your family tree
has had pirates, but like realistically every tree would have that.
Known from the past, and then it's just like we'll give you the opportunity to prove yourself worthy, whatever.
I just think it would be cool if like...
And then that's it. You know, you're just playing the game as you normally would be playing the game. There's no benefits, there's no rewards, it's just the first interaction. Now, if you were a good pilot, and then another good pilot, and then you chose to go down the pirate route, you would be in the same reaction as somebody who went pirate the first time. So you would turn up and they go, I don't know. And it's sort of like, prove yourself, do your mission, blah blah blah. So you do your mission, now you're in with the headhunters or the pirates. You die,
yeah.
You choose to do pirate again. So then they come back, and at that moment in time it will go, so you get the same response as the person who played pirate good pirate as you would with good pirate. So it's exactly the same. It doesn't really matter. So you can choose your route. But
I get what you're saying, but I think the problem with a system like that is if you die 4 times in the same real world day, your legacy is basically permanent.
No, because all that is literally your ancestors was a pirate.
Yeah, I get that, but I think a better system would be if you die as a pirate, you essentially get, say, a 5% boost towards pirate activity next life. If you then die as a lawful one, you get a minus 5% to a pirate. So if you keep being pirate more frequently than not...
7 times to level that up, so it's kind of...
Yeah, but how big change would be based on your rep? If you die before you become famous again, it would have a small impact. But what I mean is, it would be sort of over time. The older it is, the less it will impact. So if you were a pirate, say 3 lives ago, you might have a 2-3% buff. But if you were a pirate previous time, you would have a large one. Essentially, the fame of your previous generations decay over time. So like,
I'm literally saying just don't worry about the interaction. The first interaction is the only time that your ancestors should come up with the reputation system. From that point onwards, you know, there's no bonus, because then people will find some sort of loophole killing themselves after a month for then getting a reputation point, and then do that 10 times, and then you don't need to worry about it because you've got 100% bonus because you killed yourself 100 times as a pirate.
Oh, it should never go to 100. I would say, like, if you have, like, generations of generations...
Just as a safeguard, to just one time.
Yeah. I'm just feeling that's...
It's just name basis. It's like, oh, you were, you got big shoes to fill. I mean, it's not really much. But it's that one time interaction, you never get it again.
I get what you mean, but like, think real life. If you're born into a family of, say, the Mafia, and like, you leave it for 3 generations, if you pop up on the door 3 generations later, they would probably give you a shot, because essentially you're returning to your old ways. The problem with having it be the first time interaction is there is no value in having a pirate for generations.
They would think that you're weak anyway because they don't know you. Because it's kind of, you still would have to build up your reputation again as a family name and rebuild your thing. They know that your ancestors were tough and you would cross them, but now you're going back in the game and it's like, who do you think you are? You know, you're not your father. You know, they just put a flipping gun to your face and shoot you. You're done. You know, it's sort of like, your name means shit to us right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think it would be awesome to never truly get rid of a reputation, but like, I get what you mean. Like, you don't want your new character to be tainted by the old.
People know of your reputation, but if you're an arse, they just put a gun to your head or you're dead.
Yeah. I'm just like, I feel there should be a difference between how far ago it was. Like, maybe instead of going generations, maybe it should be based on time.
Well, that's
so,
why
like, it's time stuff.
It doesn't matter.
Because imagine if you as a pirate dies and they can't revive you, and you turn up 2 weeks later, shouldn't you be able to basically get all your fame back almost instantly?
No, because again, you're a new person. Every person is a new life, a new way of doing things, a new
problem
so
is,
everything is. That's what
I
guess. It's just all that it is. But then your family tree will show that. So if you do join
Stanton and Pyro's #1 country music station, Long Haul 106.
Because you're not going to be in the same org as the new player. You would have to rejoin the org
a song
again.
we can all relate to, just wish it weren't so very accurate.
Because you're dead. But, again, people know you, so they go, yeah, you can join us. Here you go, there. You're now a member of our org. Well done.
Took a risky job. Now
you're not new.
I'm out on the road.
Your family has, you know, you're inheriting by your family name.
The trouble's on my scope. It ain't looking like a traitor. Sky was looking clear till my
But that one will
red.
definitely
Drake Corsair
need to be discussed.
up ahead.
Yeah.
Well, we know what Sig wants to do.
Just passing behind.
So
I'm just hoping, like, being a pirate can be a rather permanent thing. Like, if you actually want to play as a pirate, I would hope there is some way to, like, benefit long term.
I mean,
because if death basically makes you a completely fresh person, then, like, it almost feels like that benefits too much for the non-pirates, if you get what I mean. You're essentially making it easy to go from pirate to lawful, but hard to go from lawful to pirate.
the restart is only because your body has deteriorated to the, you know, you've put prospectors, don't say it right, eight arms and legs, what are they called?
Prosthesis?
Yeah, those stuff. So you've replaced your eyes, your arms, your legs, your chest, whatever it is.
Let me try and
you're kind of walking around like a flipping zombie. Anyway, you're very slow, you're very noisy, so stealth plays can be out because you're walking around with something metal that's like clunk, 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 clunk. It's like, shh, alright, come on. Yeah. There you go.
let me try and set an example.
Kill yourself. So you end that character. From that point onwards, you just literally sign back in. You choose your armor. You're at 0. You got you choose your home base. You go back in, and then you've got your family tree was known as a pirate, or good. And then from that point onwards, you choose your route. Of which that's where it's, but you know, you go to different locations, and it's sort of like, I don't know, you turn up to a good location, and they're checking you out. You're, you know, first time arriving, and they go, hey, isn't your, do you know of X, Y, and Z? So that was your previous character, and it's sort of like, and then you turn around and say, yeah, that's one of my ancestors. They went, hey, they double-crossed us, we don't trust you. Complete your business and leave, you know, we're keeping a special eye on you. Because you were
I mean, I get what you're saying,
so,
but let me just... Can I set an example? Let's say you have one scenario. You're a pirate, you have been it for 3-4 generations. In your current life, you're rather famous, but like you have regenerated like 1,000 times. Your character is fading, which the devs have said will be a thing. You're essentially, as you're saying, a wreck. Like your body is full of prostheses, but you're famous. Should there not be a way for you to just kill yourself to get a new body?
No, because if you kill yourself right now, do you get a new body?
You do in Star Citizen. No, respawning and clones is a real thing. Cloning is real.
That's why it is not.
There was
cloning.
Literally a
because
it is. There is literally a lore event where the UEE was taking a friendly alien species in cloning, and that ruined.
Replace your body parts is because you may, if you respawn with a broken leg, then you will spawn with a broken leg, a yellow leg, not green leg, a yellow leg, all the time. Then if you get broken again and now it's a red leg, now you're going to be walking with a goddamn limp. You won't be able to run on a broken leg, you won't be able to move things with a broken leg. So
I get what you're saying, that's the normal,
so now your
but there is...
body. So the same with the
yeah, but the way you're saying it, there is a time. The way you're saying it, there is a finite time. Everyone will be at some point losing everything they have.
I mean, they would literally say that your body wouldn't deteriorate, because what you just say to me is, well, like, okay, I'm going to kill myself and give me a brand new body this time, don't give me a replacement body with a broken leg.
Yes and no, a clone would still be a new person. That's what I mean. A clone would still be a new person.
We're wishing you haulers out there a safe journey.
Oh, wait,
if you're 10 in the wind, keep the hammer down and your eye on that back door. While you're at it, keep that radio pinned right here.
Like,
106.3.
it's clear to me you don't get what I'm trying to say, but I'm not blaming you. I think I'm bad at explaining it. I have a scenario in mind which exists in lore. Like, it is happened in lore. According to the actual lore currently, there was a time when the UEE found one of our allied alien races were using clones, and like, it turned sour because the UEE is against cloning. Like, essentially they were using cloning to respawn their people with all their memories, all their skills and everything, to essentially have unlimited respawns. I'm not saying this should be an option you can just go to an hospital and say, respawn with a new body. That should be illegal.
The reason why the body has to die is because there is an infinite, not infinite. I suppose there is an infinite amount of spawns that you're allowed to literally have as an input, and so to get a brand new clone back kind of outbids that altogether. So that's why you need a rebirth and a restart.
That's why I'm saying, like, it would matter how many generations. If you started abusing this, you would lose your old rep fast, so it would be a good thing.
But then I think you're...
Because my problem is the devs have said there is going to be deterioration. Just playing and letting time go, you will fall to age, essentially. So you're saying a player that has played for 4 years, have built a big rep, becomes famous, he will eventually die from age, and now those 4 years of gameplay is gone.
No.
Fuck you, you spent 4 years, you have nothing. No. That's essentially the result if you don't have cloning.
No, you forgot something. So, like the lore, the history, and the your previous life and stuff is always held in history. Now, I don't know that you could be the enemy state number 1. That means that if you go past in archived history, such as news logs and all that sort of stuff, you will be able to literally go and say, go look at article 2923, manhunt of XYZ. That type of history I'm talking about. So, like, the whole server was hunting you outdid and was able to survive a onslaught of 1 million players chasing you over galaxies, and you fought off battle after battle, and it was held as one of the greatest escape of a pirate, whatever. That's the headline. That's your legacy. That's your history in time. Now, all your other customers or players, if you've never done exactly the same, you're like me and you in real life. It's sort of like, what have you done that makes the world nominate you to be somebody else special?
I agree.
And it's that type of... So the reputation side of things, you are supposed to be several years, 18 years of life from when you say started it, and you're going up to a pirate and going, hey, my father, who was 86 and he was a great pirate, he killed loads of people, now I've taken over, I'm a pirate. It's like,
well, you shouldn't become instantly famous. Let me point to a real life thing.
Go, okay, yeah, I got a runt, and I got you, great offspring.
No.
God.
No.
And we are
agreed. They shouldn't do that.
Here's a bonus 1, and you run. Go fuck yourself. Come back when you literally reach your name.
Yeah, I agree with that one, but let me point you to a real life example. If you find out in real life that a person is like 4 generations back from some famous person, well, you do. Real life, it matters. There is actual famous people in real life who literally became famous because their 4 generations off, they were adopted at one point, their family split off, and they find out they're the great ancestor of this person. They're instantly famous. Like, it happens many times, tens of thousands of times in reality. Like, it's a real thing. If you know they have legacy, to be clear, you would still have to earn your way up. You're not suddenly just gonna get every person giving you money and like giving you companies or anything, but you're still known as a person who was of that lineage. The thing is, it's not a good thing. It's a neutral thing. It's you're known as it.
You know, there shouldn't be any. You know, you're a new life, new soul, new everything. Go make a name for yourself from that point onwards. The only thing is like I said, it's the first initial recording, the first initial handshake. You know, it's kind of, you know, your past. You know, I don't know. It's sort of like.
I guess I just don't like the idea of being a one-time thing.
Because in theory, you would not be the same person, and so the reputation of your ancestors is literally, you know, it's like, okay, my father was a general, now I'm a private in the army, but I have no understanding on how to be a major, so I will never be able to climb the ranks as my father and get to major, because I'm not the same person. Now, unfortunately, we're playing a game, and your game style and your flight and everything is identical to every single life. The only problem is you will die eventually, and you're literally just passing your
we've got to pay the bills, but we'll be back with more great
onto your ancestors. The reputation side is to you to make, again, all that I'm saying is you turn up to a pirate somebody, they might go, you've got big shoes to fill. Go to a good side. When you play the pirate, it's sort of like, I hope you follow the good side, you know, well, we will be keeping a close eye on you because of your ancestors. But, you know, it could also be a way of literally going, you know, the good person might turn around and say, due to the fact that you've got insight into the pirate world, do you have any contacts? And so then, you know, you might be able to turn your pirate experience into a spy for the good, where it's kind of you're making a story in that side. But if you didn't have the lineage of a pirate, i.e. contacts, then you wouldn't be able to go down that path because you don't have the lineage. Now, I don't know how long that needs to actually be, you know, so it is in the previous contract. So if you go then good, you get that route. Or is it any time in your dossier that you have to actually play as a pirate to literally make people pay as a pirate to unlock that aspect of the good? You see? And then it is vice versa. You know, you've got the contact. It's sort of like, you're, do you have any contacts in the good or on the bad? So then you become a spy on the good to the bad, you know, and so you unlock by doing the 2 tiers. But it is all that it is a different type of mission route that you can take at the birth of your character. But then you know, they literally said you can change halfway through. You know, you start off with good, and then you chose a switch to being bad again. And then you might want to actually repair yourself and go back into good. So, in the same lifestyle or game, you've gone good and bad, and you're kind of on the borderline on both good and bad. And so then it's sort of like when you spawn back in as a new character, well, you know, both of them are going to sort of go, "Ah, welcome back."
Welcome back to Long Haul 106.3, where you deliver the
Yeah,
cargo.
I
we'll deliver
guess,
the music.
yeah.
Kicking off another long block.
Like, I'm just afraid of, like,
I
the
still
reality of
want-
game versus
I want your
the
Versus
history.
sometimes
I
a
still
tricky place
want
to
your
navigate
history.
and even stay alive.
It's just
This next block of music is an
it's just a
extended
brand
set
new
dedicated to some of the
character, so
unforeseen
it shouldn't
circumstances we encounter out there in the
impact
verse. We hear
much
things are
of the
getting better.
gameplay. I
but I'll
don't
believe
mind,
it when I
like
see
it
it.
literally said about
Chin
the
up there,
contact.
truckers.
In other
Laugh
words,
or
your
cry.
family name
You'll likely be
has
able to relate to
maybe
some of these next
context.
few songs.
And you could, at that moment in time, say yes or no to that question. And it's kind of, it just unlocks different missions to, you literally say, go to Nine Tails, make, build up your reputation and get us information, or put this bug into this, location, or get close to this NPC to take him out. But you need to have the means to be able to do that.
Yeah, I'm just afraid that the difference between game and real person isn't gonna be good enough. Like, if you start as a complete fresh person but you played the game for 10 years, you're gonna have endless number of benefits a actual new player wouldn't have. I just feel there should be some legacy in the game which sort of indicates you have actually played for 10 years. That would be both a good and a bad thing. Like, if you have essentially played pirate for 10 years, it should be permanently harder to become a good guy. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, if you have, let's say the game releases full on and you choose for the next 6 real life years to play like 18 generation of characters, let's say 16 of them are pirates, and you have now 6 years of real world knowledge through 16 generation of piracy. It should never ever be possible for you to just make a new character and be completely good, because you have, as an actual real world person, proven that you have a tendency to play pirate. Essentially, I don't want to meet someone in the game who to me looks like they're a good guy and secretly they have 6 real world years of every fucking pirate tech and they could just backstab me out of the blue. That's not gonna feel good. That's gonna feel so bad as a player.
That one's a
to
bit
be clear.
It depends on.
You get what I mean.
It's more of that's why I literally say the dossier of your family tree will literally show whether or not it was good or bad. But and I don't know. You can either click on each individual, and it will literally show a kind of history of gameplay, such as how many times you were a criminal, how many times you went to prison, how long you actually spent in prison, how many NPCs you killed, how much items you stole. Kind of like a game's archive log of your past tense as such, and it's kind of, you can unlock it for players to actually see your past things, but other than that, it will just literally give a percentage of good to bad ratio of what you did in that game. Then from that point onwards, it's your choice to choose whether or not you want to be a good player or a bad player, and at that moment in time, your reputation as being good or bad can, if you are a pirate and you start doing piratey things like you just literally said, backstabbing people in the back, well, your reputation is going to turn into the bad side, and so then you're going to lose that fight, and so then if you chose not to backstab, then you know, and you stay on the good side, then your reputation will stay in that lifetime. It doesn't matter what's happening in the past, because your character is brand new. It's what's happening here now, and when you're literally walking around in the boat, what your actions are, not what your past is. Your past is dead.
I guess I've just played too much online games to like that idea. The idea of being able to actually shake your path is...
But then, most games never have an end. It's always
I mean,
forever.
to be clear, I see it from your angle as well.
It's a
Like the
living,
need to be-
breathing, and you're brand new. So it's kind of... There has to be some sort of reset, and it's to allow you to actually be good or bad. In your... At that moment in time, the history is only going
That's
to be
why I
raw.
said, like... Yeah, if I can just add, that's why I said I think how old the legacy is should matter. Like... That's why I think that is an important point. If you were pirate 18 times in a row and it's spanned over 6 years, that should matter more than if it happens 18 times in a row over 3 real work days.
More of a single...
Also, to be clear, your reputation should never make your new character. If you have endless reputation as a pirate and you keep persisting on being good, of course you should be able to have, in terms of law and crimes and everything, essentially a good character. I'm just saying, if you ever then out of the blue turn up on the pirate side, it shouldn't be a case of them just shooting you as a good guy. It should be a case of them saying, is he actually backstabbing his own people to join us? Or is he the most out-speculated lawful person trying to execute us? Like, I would want there to still be some kind of impact. I would want you to be able to, like, eternally hook on that. To be clear, like real world, if you go 4 generations from someone, the impact of your legacy of being the same family diminishes. Like, if you come and tell me it's 4 or 5 generations ago, my family are rich movie stars, that has another impact than coming and tell me my father is a movie star. Like, I'm not gonna see that as the same thing. But if you are from a famous family, it's still gonna impact me. I'm not just gonna say, oh, that's 5 generations ago, it doesn't matter at all. You get what I'm saying?
Because, you know, you would just go, well, that's nice. Your family, you know, was a, you know, one of your family was a doctor, one was a scientist, one was a rocket, you know, went up in the rockets. One person was an army person, and one person was a police officer. Everybody was sort of like, oh, you know, they live, you know, your very ambitious family. You know, that's your reputation, I suppose, as a family. But it's kind of to literally say, you know, my family's past should literally warrant me a more rewards or more benefits, because, you know, my past was a pirate and now I've got a new character and I just want, you know...
No,
because
that's what I'm saying. I don't think it should give you more rewards, I think it should give you more opportunities.
Well, but
essentially, it should give you more ways of doing stuff.
But then, why can't you just build your own reputation as a new character without your past dictating that you should get more? But that's why I kept trying to get my head around. It's sort of like, I don't... You died as a pirate, you then created a new character, and it's like you just stepped in the game for the first time, but your dossier has ties or contacts to piracy, but you chose to go down the good route, but your actions have not shown any piracy or anything illegal, and there's no evidence of that, and it's sort of like you're just known as in, you know, somebody's not going to go, oh, Mr. Smith, I knew a Mr. Smith and he killed 400 people. Are you from that family? I don't trust any Smiths. It's sort of like, oh, no, I'm just a fucking Smith.
No, I agree. That would be lunatic.
Yeah, it's sort of like, but the only place that you will literally have anything of lore is in lore, is in history, is making server-wide announcements that you're literally are making history at that very moment in time. That's the only bloody time you're going to be remembered. And the great battles that, all these players fought to literally hold back the Vandal. And there's, there'll be a stone somewhere, and you go and your name will be imprinted right there when you die.
Actually, what you said there has me a big question. The devs have said there will be a difference whether or not your character has gone through Squadron 42 or not. Essentially, if you go through Squadron 42, you will be a military person. If not, you're a civilian. And there might even be options to start a alien race character. I'm wondering how much will that matter? There's gonna be the obvious shit. You're probably gonna have access to military ships for 5% fucking cheaper or some bullshit. But is it gonna matter to
it's citizens.
stuff? If you're a military person and become pirate, is that gonna be punished harder than if you're a civilian?
It's citizens, so you're in instant citizenship. In that sort of sense. So if you play the Squadron 42 and then you will then go from there, and then okay, so then this will be the same as the reputation. So the interactions you've done as that player in Squadron 42 would impact in the gameplay in the verse as being male. However, if you chose as a new respawn not to play Squadron 42, then you would be a non-military, and so the same interactions with those NPCs would be I don't know you at this time. Even though your family as such has previously played Squadron 42, but don't forget it'll be a fresh rerun from what you're doing at that moment in time, so everything would be zero. So that was a good battle.
Yeah, except I don't think there will be a way to ever play Squadron 42 on new characters.
Yes. You will be able to replay it as many times as you want. They want you to play Squadron 42 as much as you would ever want to play, And do
but the way they explained it is if you have finished Squadron 42, all your future characters will be branded as this person has played Squadron 42. It's not like you need to actually play Squadron 42 every time. I don't think there will be an option to not have Squadron 42 flagged if you have actually played it.
There might be a way.
Yeah, that's
something like
one.
that. I would. I'm being dumb. So that type of one way of actually doing it, completely a different rerun.
Yeah, maybe.
Because unfortunately, NPCs won't die ever. They will always be there. So then, when you actually play your character again, the same interactions would possibly come up again. And so at that moment in time, depending on how you is because I don't, the interaction would have to be different, especially for those NPCs that would have known you from Squadron 42 on your previous character. Be new, but then they might turn around and go. I don't know. You could have.
Yeah, that's what I mean, because we know for a fact when you respawn, if you have lost access to stuff bought by real money, you will just magically be given that shit back. Real money purchases will be respawned on every life.
Yeah,
and that's why I'm thinking, that's weird.
But then you know, we can put that down as being gameplay, but it's just the different playthroughs that you wish to actually do for yourself. It gives you the choice to, you know, start under, you know, the
You're
banner
listening
of
to
good or
Long
bad,
Haul
so you can
Country,
actually choose
a
which
hauler's
route.
companion
Now,
between
it
the
could be
stars,
3 routes,
transmitting
4
in the
routes,
blind
because
at
literally said alien, so
106.3
you
on
can
the
literally
spectrum
go
via deep
human,
space repeaters throughout state
alien,
Pyro.
Squadron
We hope
42,
you're
and you
tuned
could
too.
literally,
We're at the top of the hour.
meaning that,
We're
you know, you
fixing on
have to
bringing
actually
you
play
the news right
Squadron
after
42
these
to actually
messages.
complete it, which
Keep your
gives you
greasy side
benefits
down.
of
We'll
being a
catch you on the
citizen.
flip-flop.
Because, you know, why spend all that time doing a game, but then not making people wanting to play it, rerun it again? If you've completed it once, and you never need to do it again. It's kind of like, okay.
Single-player games. People replay single-player games just because they want to replay single-player games.
But then if there's something at the end of it, you know, your choices and your options are different each time that you play the Squadron 42, then, you know, you lost an NPC on the first playthrough, you saved the NPC. That NPC is in the game and they will see you in-game. He might be a mission.
You do have a point there.
Yeah, so that's why I'm literally saying I would like Squadron 42 to be tied into being a Star Citizen.
The problem is just,
but you
it would be too much if you have to do the 15, 20, maybe 30-hour playthrough every time you make a new character.
There you go. But you know you want to be a pirate. You don't need to be a citizen to be a
Interplanetary
pirate.
trucking industry is a
You can just,
No, but what I mean is, say you
can just
die
go
in the
straight
persistent
in.
universe.
Don't feel supported by their
Say you
own
die in the persistent universe and you want to have the Squadron 42 background. Forcing you to play the whole endless number of hours on your next character would be kind of bad if you die every 3rd day. I mean, unless they do the hybrid option and saying playing Squadron 42 lets you sort of
Your life is
save your
not going to
options.
be over until you choose it to be over.
Oh, there will be ways of killing people without allowing respawn.
No,
The devs have made that very clear.
That's why I literally said you can prolong your life as much as you like, but it will take away stealth, stamina, and the like. You know, you might even need to literally plug yourself in to charge your battery. You know, you might have to, you know, actually screw in a battery to actually carry yourself to literally walk around.
Running space cattle.
That's your bloody choice.
God.
Or you can kill yourself and re-roll your character. Now you've got 2 choices. You could be a non-citizen or a citizen. Now you can go into the verse and then, I don't know, go down the route to unlock citizenship. And that means you have to be on the good side. You can't be on the bad side. So then you have to play several missions, reputation, whatever, to actually complete your citizenship.
Good evening,
become
citizens. You're tuned into Spectrum
And then,
Newswave, bringing
from
you
that
the
point
latest from
onwards, if
Stanton
you
and
want to go
beyond.
down
I'm your
the
host,
pirate
Raymond Voss,
route, you
broadcasting
can
live
do,
from our
so you'll be a
studios in
pirate
Area 18.
citizen.
Let's dive into tonight's
Or you
top
can be a
stories. The Pyro system
non-pirate
remains as
citizen.
dangerous as ever, with ship thefts and pirate activity reaching an all-time high.
It's all the routes.
Reports from security outposts
That's
along
what
the
I'm
Stanton
getting at.
Pyro corridor indicate that unauthorized
Yeah.
boardings have surged by nearly 40%
But
in the last quarter
the
alone.
only
Just last night, the mercenary
quick
crew known as the Red Daggers made off with a fully
is
loaded
literally
Caterpillar
Squadron
from
42.
Ruin Station, leaving the original crew stranded in the asteroid belt. Advocacy officials warn that without an official
And
UE
that
presence,
just
Pyro's
makes
chaos
you
will only
want to
intensify. If
rerun
you're traveling
the
beyond
Squadron
Stanton,
42.
fly
You know,
smart,
you
fly
literally
armed.
say, well, I don't know, you're
In
doing a
racing news, the
playthrough and you say,
MISC-sponsored
right guys,
Razor pilot
my
Xander
character
Blink Holloway
is
is
coming
under
to an
scrutiny
end.
following
I'm going
allegations that his
to
ship's quantum dampener
start
may have
again,
been
and you
illegally
create your
modified
character
during
with
last week's
inside
qualifier.
Squadron
The controversy
42.
erupted
You
after an
then
unusually
start
aggressive
playing the
braking maneuver
mission,
allowed Holloway
and
to
then it's sort
undercut
of
a
like, but now
competitor
you know
mid-race.
that, okay,
While
if
he
you go down
denies any
this
foul
route,
play, an
this
official
happens, so I'll go
investigation
down
is
this route and
underway.
see what happens.
Could we see a
So
major
this is your
shakeup in
second
the
playthrough of
standings?
Squadron
Stay
42.
tuned. Over in Stanton, authorities on
you
our corp are cracking
do
down
that
on the
character,
low-fly movement.
and
The
now you're
growing
a
subculture of
I don't
flight-seeking
expect
pilots
your
who
choices
navigate
in Squadron
dangerously
42
close
to
the
matter
planet's
fucking
power
at all.
megastructures.
I
While pilots
know
claim it's
I'm
an
more
art
I'm
form that
expecting it to be
requires skill,
hyperlinear.
our corp officials are calling it reckless
yeah, but then it's
endangerment.
also
Recent
survive.
footage of an
You know,
Avenger
if you
Titan
lose
skimming the
or
rooftops
survive,
of the
you know,
Arcorp
save
skyline has
in
reignited
a
the
mission.
debate, with some citizens
Because
calling
Yeah, I
for
expect
stricter
you're
no-fly
losing or
zones and
winning
harsher
is
penalties for
predetermined.
violators.
Yeah,
Will the
but then
movement
you know,
survive, or
say
is the
if
crackdown the
you
beginning of the end?
The
The case
turn
of the
up
missing
Like, if
Control.
choices like that matters,
And the
make the
mission
scope
was-
of the game
As
like
new distress
20
signals
times
have been
bigger.
detected emanating
Oh
from
no,
the
because
yellow
you literally
asteroid
arrive
belt.
and it's sort
The
of
crew
like go.
last seen departing New Babbage 3
you're
weeks ago was
here to
believed
patrol an
lost
area,
after a
so
weak
you
signal was picked up
patrol
near
the
Grim
area,
Hex.
and
Now
then
cryptic
it's sort of like,
messages
oh, a
intercepted by
distress call
private
from a
security firms
Starfarer
hint at a
has
ransom
just come
demand
online.
from an unknown
They've been
faction.
attacked by
Advocacy
pirates.
agents are
Let's
investigating,
go.
but many
So you
suspect
fly
Nine
in,
Tails
and then
involvement.
it's
If you have
now
any
take out the
information,
lead
report it
pirate.
immediately.
Take out
Corporate
the other
warfare
one.
is heating up again as
And then
Hurston
it's sort of
Dynamics
like,
and Microtech
hey,
lock horns over
congratulations, you saved the
proprietary AI
Starfarer.
technology.
Great.
Recent leaks
Now,
suggest that
you're not a
Hurston
very good
Dynamics
pilot,
attempted
you're
to
not a
acquire
very
a
good player,
Microtech AI
and you're like,
subsidiary,
okay, take out the
sparking legal
lead
battles
things.
and a series of
Oh, you've
retaliatory
just been
cyber
killed.
attacks.
No
Analysts
worries, a
speculate that
repression
this
party
dispute could
is on the
destabilize
way.
the flow of new flight
Unfortunately, we
systems
have
and weapon
lost the
calibration
Starfarer.
software in Stanton. As tensions
Yeah, I don't
rise,
think they're
traders
gonna
and
do that.
freelancers alike are urged to
But
brace
then
for
that's
potential
where the
tech shortages and
reputation
market
side in. You
fluctuations.
saved him, so now
The
he's in
bounty
the
on
game
Knox
flying
Phantom, a
around,
notorious griefer
and
who
you
has
turn
been
up and it's
terrorizing
sort of
traders
like,
in the Stanton system has
hey,
doubled overnight.
I
Advocacy
remember
officials
you.
and private security
How's
firms
it
have
been?
confirmed
Can
multiple
you
attacks on trade
saved me
convoys
from
near
those
Port
pirates?
Olisar
That
and
blah
Grim
blah blah.
Hex.
It's sort of
The
like,
elusive outlaw is infamous
here,
for ambushing
I've got
haulers in
some
an Aegis Eclipse,
a data
disabling
pad,
their
and it's got
engines
some
before
coordinates
demanding
and
ransom
some lost
or worse.
cargo. Would
The
you
UE
like it?
urges
I
all
can
pilots to
transfer it.
remain
There's-
vigilant and
you know,
warns
I get
bounty
what you're
hunters
saying,
that
there's
the
one
there's
problem
a
with
little
that.
bit of an
dangerous.
interaction there, and you
That's
get a
all for tonight's
reward.
broadcast on
But
Spectrum.
it's
Yeah,
just
but that's
a
not gonna work.
Remember, whether you're a miner in the belt,
Think about it, it's not gonna work. The persistent universe is gonna keep moving forward and forward and forward. Squadron 42 is set in a preset time in lore.
But then,
A player that joins the
yeah,
game
but-
10 years
but
later
then
would literally
You're
have,
dialed in to
like,
Longhorn
their
It's-
serving
it's-
squadron would be older.
a lot
Stanton's
of
number
all
one
of these
country station.
interactions are
We're
just
gonna jump right back to the
simple
music with 3
interactions
songs.
with
The first provides some
NPCs.
good
They're
relationship
just
advice.
random.
The second will offer
In other
some
words,
good ship advice.
it doesn't matter
And the
what
third one's just a
year
good
you
song
play
about
the
the
game,
blues.
you are
Hit that cruise button.
integrating
Keep 'em
into
right
the
here.
system at that moment in time, and in the verse of the how it's been played.
Paladin
That
Gaming
same NPC
said,
will literally turn up.
I will be a human popsicle.
You know,
Yeah,
so
I
then
see what you
it-
mean,
it-
but what I'm trying to tell you is that won't happen. Like, according to the devs, Squadron 42 is played at a specific site in time.
No,
like-
the Squadron 42 is just the integration into Star Citizen. It doesn't matter, you know, that can be a week in the same time or in exactly the same time. It doesn't really matter when it actually played out. It just plays out. In other words, the Vandal are always going to be in the verse regardless of Squadron 42. That means that it doesn't matter when it plays out. You're just playing a moment in your time. You could literally say your teen years are Squadron.
The Vandal's gonna
That's
be?
what you're- The Vandals
I
are
thought the
gonna
Vandal
have-
didn't exist in the persistent verse. I thought
No,
that was the whole
they're
idea.
gonna
We're
have
killing
their
them
own
in
space.
Squadron 42.
They've got their own space, which they will be able to push into
Are you sure?
the space. Yes. The whole.
I mean, they
so-
literally sold us the alien ships based on the promise that, like, you wouldn't be able to get these.
No, there's gonna
Because, like,
be,
we are eradicating the Vandal.
No, it's going to be a territorial war to literally push people to the front lines to fight, where there will be expensive loot and better loot and Vandal loot and all that sort of stuff in Vandal space. But then there's going to be UE space, which is the cargo, you know, the hauling and trading and mining and living. And then there's, you know, the Vandal will be pushing into a system, and then it will be the UEE is now generating a push to retake System X, and we're requesting all available orgs to push the war effort to the front line, of which then this is where the lucrative missions and rewards of salvage and everything is all going to be over there. but the economy, i.e. to literally feed the front line, will be in the back end, where it's safe and in low spec, where new players can come in and go leveling up a bit, and it's sort of like, but the news screens everywhere will be literally saying this is happening and this is happening in this verse, or there's a food shortage on planet X in system X, meaning bring me all food to X, and there's a living economy. That's my understanding of the Vandal.
Make sure she can shoot and she's got
Well, maybe.
And from the devs, where I sat down. Living, breathing life. But then I don't know if they will have the that's what I want. It's like areas where the Vandals, the more the Vandals push, the higher the wards, the more, push the urgency for the players to literally fight.
Yeah, I would just say we have a very different view of what it is. As far as I understood, Squadron 42 is not a different character at all. You're not playing your character, you're playing the same exact one-off character, like multiple years back in time. It's more like you're playing someone else's life as a reference. That's the way I understand it.
The Squadron 42 is literally to make you a citizen. So it's literally, you create your character. That's why there's a character screen when you actually go, you create your character, you play Squadron 42. When you complete it and you get handed your citizenship, you're then born in Squadron or Star Citizen. From that point on.
Interesting. Yeah, we have definitely got a different understanding of how that's gonna work then. Though I honestly hope it's gonna work the way you're saying, because yeah, it sounds better. But I will say straight up, that is not the understanding of it I got. Like, not even remotely.
Right? I feel like I'm in water.
Maybe you are?
Yeah, so, but that's why the people who free play joins the game as a non-citizen, of which then they can be a crew, but they do not get anything citizenship-wise, because they're just a non-player as such. But then if they want to pay Squadron 42, they make a name for themselves.
Yeah, I like your idea, but I'm just not sure how it's gonna be, like, after you've died 600 times. Like, I wouldn't want to play Squadron 42 30 times. I don't think that's ever gonna happen, no matter how good the game is. Like, it's a single-player game by the end of the day. At some point, you're just gonna grow bored of it.
Yeah, but then I literally stated the obvious. You can join Star Citizen as a non-citizen and make yourself a citizen within inside the verse. You don't have to play Squadron 42. If you want to play Squadron 42, you become a citizen. It just takes that step out from the verse.
Yeah, I guess.
Plus like I said, there's different options that you should be able to do, or routes that you can actually do within inside Squadron 42, which makes your game for that one completely different flavor. The options that you chose, the route that you've done, even the way that you the more you play Star Citizen and become a better pilot or a better shooter, and then you do Squadron 42 and you kind of know what you're doing in Squadron 42, and you can run through quite quickly to actually do Squadron 42, and your playstyle, it can be very quick, fluid, and you can get a better response the more experience. I know.
Yeah, you might be right. I said I don't know. I never thought of it from the way you're putting it.
What, a living, breathing universe?
Yeah, I said my issue is, as far as I understand, when the game is 15-year-old, if you join as a player then, that will be different than joining on day one. Like, you will not have the same experience.
Why it's a brand new live.
Yeah, but let me ask you this question though. Is your understanding that the UEE still exists in the persistent verse?
Yeah.
Because as far as I understand, the UEE is almost devastated by the end of Squadron 42. That's why they changed approach to mercenaries and patrols. There's no UEE. Orison, which was the premier UEE shipyard, was literally bought by Crusader.
Who's doing the Invictus?
The remains of the fleet. They're showing up a single fucking Idris and a couple of people. Like in Squadron 42, the Navy has like hundreds of capital ships. It's ginormous. There's Navy ships everywhere. They're literally, you can't go somewhere without seeing Navy representation. They're literally everywhere. In the verse, there's like one here and there. They're almost non-existent. Like, I'm actually curious now if you're right, because my understanding is that they changed to mercenaries as a means of we can't keep a navy going, so we're now supplying citizens and mercenaries to enforce our people. Like, that's the way I understood it.
Even got Soul in yet. So as soon as we got Soul system in, I believe Soul is connected to the UE.
Yeah,
Hey, if you want to know what New York looks like, go to one of the bunkers and look at the postcards, and you can actually see New York as a map.
I'm so fucking curious how they're gonna do that. They're so in danger of aging this game by adding so many.
That's why I'm literally saying that the interactions is for your character at that moment in time. So then it's sort of, it doesn't matter about previous reputation. If you played Squadron 42, then that NPC would still show up 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, depending on how many times you want to actually play as a life. So yeah, you might place one life and not want to rerun again, but then you may want to rerun again, and then you're like, oh, I don't really fancy doing Squadron 42. Okay, I'm just going to create my character, I'm spawning in, I've still got my ship that I bought, and you fly around and you're tier 0 again. Now the interaction that you had the first time you played Squadron 42 with that Starfarer is not going to be enabled, so he doesn't pop up. I mean, the same Starfarer will pop up in your lifetime because it's kind of encrypted in the flow of the game that you're actually playing. That Starfarer is going to pop up one time, and it will be just a simple, hey, how's it going? But guess what? That special pack, that special information you got the first time around, not going to be given to you. Why? Because you didn't play Squadron 42. I mean, they seem to want a long play, so your character will last a while anyway, so... And then you may want to choose a different other than Squadron 42. But then, like I said, you might want to play Squadron 42 again and go, okay, I want to create a new character. Where you then run into the roadblock is that you can't rerun Squadron 42 because your character's alive. And it's sort of like, oh right, I need to kill my character.
I mean, the way I understood it is that you can play Squadron 42 as much as you want, but only the first playthrough actually matters. But I guess the alternative then would be like, if you replay Squadron 42, you can sort of choose to overwrite it and say the choices in your last playthrough is now the ones new characters would use. I guess that might be the approach, that you're sort of just keeping one snapshot.
Yeah.
So essentially, every character you make will have the option to be essentially based on the same Squadron 42 gameplay. I mean, honestly saying that, that's kind of that's what games.
I do hope that Squadron 42, because it's sort of like, why did they spend so long building Squadron 42? If people are just going to literally play it once and then live in the Star Citizen, and then they can create a new character in Star Citizen, and don't worry about Squadron 42, which took 12 years to actually generate.
I understand them making it as a... I don't think Squadron 42 shouldn't be replayable. For better or worse, I hope the verse doesn't become dependent on it. You know what I mean?
It doesn't, no, but then I've literally said you don't need to play Squadron 42 if you don't want to become a citizen.
No.
It's that bit about the citizenship is you can do it in game or you can do it in Squadron 42. And so by playing 42 with your character that you created for this playthrough is your choice. How you want to actually take it. And it's just literally a reputation system anyway. So it's kind of
Breaker
like
106.
that's why you're
This is
playing
Rubber
the
Duck.
Squadron 42.
No matter you're 20, be sure to keep that
I
spectrum
mean, I would
locked
play
to
it multiple times if that
106.3
was the
on the
case.
dial
Or
when you're
no.
trucking down the line. We've
It
got another
depends
block
on my
of country
life.
favorites for you starting right now.
And then it's sort of like if my life is 10 years old and I, have to play Squadron 42, it's sort of like, I can remember when back in my day when I first played this, I was
Running cargo in a rusty old tin can.
Yeah. I mean, I can't deny that one.
You know.
I guess I'm just nursing it, being more like Wing Commander. There is only one problem with what you're saying, and it's the fact they have officially branded it as 2 games. Like, they even stopped selling it with, like, because they want it to be 2 games.
They still want... I don't know how the Star Citizen and Squadron 42 is going to be, if there's going to be, whether or not, Star Citizen is a free-to-play game. So that element is always supposed to be a free-to-play area, where Squadron 42 is what you would actually buy, and then to get into the verse, you have to complete Squadron 42 to become a citizen to then go into Star Citizen. Everybody else that has pledged in the development automatically gets access to the verse in straight away without having to play Squadron 42 because you assisted in the pledging and the development of the game, and that's like a reward associated to your account. So you can go down that route. But for new players, they have the free play, come visit the verse, download the game, choose your landing spot, and walk around. If you want to become a crew, go to the job board, you can become a crew, but your captain or the player will need to supply you with your equipment, the armor, and the tasks that you're actually doing. They will then pay you, of which that UEE money is then you have to pay for your logout ability, i.e. can you drop me off at Seraphim, and then you have to actually pay for logging out with your credits. I.e. so that they can always make money out of Squadron 42 as the first initial way of getting in. I know.
Yeah, I'm just getting the feeling the devs are trying to separate the games. Like,
I want them to tie it in because I want to have the ability to build up a.
I would want that, but it doesn't feel like the devs do. Because, like, the more they're doing, the more they're separating.
Having the NPCs and actions you do within squadron represents into the squadron, but starts it.
Yeah.
And that's why I got the idea of, you know, like the Starfarer will come up with, you know, a random mission. You know, you're doing
I'm
an
just
easy
feeling,
mission, you know, where you're flying in to save then Starfarer from being attacked, and then that Starfarer will have a sort of like automatic round to say, hey, 1 second, and there's like comms open. It's like, I do know you. I got something for you, and then it says like data received or whatever, access it under your journal, blah blah blah, and it will go, that is for saving me, and then it's like, you have a great day, and it will just jump away. You know, it's kind of random that it will just pop in, and it's only because you saved that flipping stuff that you got that. Anybody else who does it never gets that.
I guess I just had the idea that they almost wanted people to stop playing Squadron 42 at a point where, like, if you're a player who played it in the old days, you will actually be different than someone who joined later when that isn't the norm. Because, like, the problem if Squadron 42 is relevant 15 years later is there will be no difference between a player who joined then and one that joined today.
I forgot to kill that.
No, to be honest, whatever the plan is from the devs, I'm pretty sure it will change at least 30 times by the time it releases.
I mean, I'm just, you know, there.
Yeah.
Because I'm still trying to think, you know, how. Because I don't want it just to be org versus org, system versus system, planet versus planet, and it's kind of like, oh, what? You want to put a station here? Oh, we're just going to come and blow you up. It's kind
Can I just say one thing quickly?
Yeah.
Let's go on. Have you played EVE Online?
No.
No, that's why. I would say org versus org is what you want. EVE Online is actually run by player orgs. Like, player orgs have infinitely more power than NPCs, and that actually makes for a better multiplayer game, because it gives orgs the ability to essentially have a legacy. So when you come as a new player 20 years later, you can join an old corporation, that is called EVE Online, and it matters. And yeah, you can absolutely just go and blow up space stations owned by different orgs.
I don't want it all to just be around a certain thing. I do want the you know, you can be part and parcel of whatever you want to be. You can do whatever, but then you know, there needs to be a level where people can just do what they want and just be left alone. Even to the point, you know, I might want to put a home base up and do some mining and shipping out in that sort of sense, and it's sort of like just allow me to have my protection, my thing with the NPCs, and I'll sell to players if they need to, and then
I don't think that's gonna be a thing.
No,
by the end of the day, it's an MMO.
No, you can actually pay for insurance, and not insurance, protection, depending on the planet that you actually go to.
Yeah, but I don't think that's gonna be flawless.
Yeah.
Like, I hope if a big enough group of players root together, they will be able to brute force them.
Building in an armistice.
Yeah, I'm hoping armistice zones will be breachable in full game. I'm absolutely hoping, like, if people have enough resources, they can enter a fucking UE station guns blazing. If that's not an option, that's so missing out.
No, because that's where why would they go over or attack a small home instead to a corporation level outpost in an unprotected space? You know, why raise all the, you know, so they've got a risk of triggering international war within the so-called protection navy are going after a small homestead instead of literally spending all their resources going after another org in an unprotected space that has a much bigger reward.
All I can say on that topic is go play EVE Online, because
But I'm all for the...
I can't describe it. Humans are humans, that's my answer.
But why go after a small target with a high risk by NPC?
Because it's easier. Let me give you an example. The first time I got myself a cruiser in EVE Online, which is like the first semi-big ship. No, let me explain just a quick one. The first time I got a cruiser in EVE Online, which is like the first semi-big ship you have, it's essentially the first ship where the rule of you should always be able to buy an exact copy before you ever use it sort of comes into play. It's big enough that losing it is actually legit weeks of gameplay, especially for a new player. Literally 3 seconds after I undocked from the station, a random player, for no good reason, deep into NPC protected territory, like I were nowhere clear of the endgame places. I were deep inside the NPC protected. Out of the blue, they just shot and destroyed my ship. Literally wasting 3.5 weeks. Like right close to one of the starting areas, where brand new players spawn. I literally lost 3.5 weeks of gameplay because a random player just shot me. You know what happened afterwards? 3 different player orgs who had commerce stuff on that station basically had all their veteran players headhunt that dude. And I got a message 2 weeks later that someone had found him in outer space and blown up one of his fucking tier 3 battleships with some of the rarest fucking components existing in EVE. Literally a ship worth like over 600 real world dollars, like in equivalency of in-game credits. He had been headhunted for 2 weeks for blowing up a random fucking noob. That's what I want in Star Citizen. I don't want a safe area where nothing can go wrong. I want someone to actually have the gut to fuck over a noob, but I want to see them pay for it.
Yeah, but then that's a griefer for no stupid reason.
Yeah, there isn't griefers in EVE Online, because a griefer is an actual playstyle. But playing that way is dangerous. Everyone's gonna want you dead. You're gonna have to look behind your back literally on everything you do. You have to live in fucking asteroid stations. You have to be careful because every NPC and every player would want to kill you. But it is a viable option. Like, essentially, if they want something from a big trade hub in EVE Online, you have to then find someone else who is shady, but maybe not as shady as yourself, pay them 10 times market price to essentially go and buy the crap for you. Because you can't just go to a big trade hub yourself, you will get killed. But like, yeah, I mean, that's honestly what I hope like piracy in Star Citizen will become. Like a high risk, high reward playstyle.
Enjoy.
If I'm in a certain area, then I believe that the gameplay should be stated obvious of what. But for a homestead which literally has very minimal reward for literally just showing up and just destroying something for the sake of destroying it because you think it's funny.
Well, of course there would be some limits. You're not gonna blow up a tiny house on a random planet. There is no rewards for it. But if your house is big enough and holds some fancy ship modules in it, yes, I would blow up a random place.
I don't mind you going in and breaking in, but then if you break in, then you're in protected space, and so then it should be protected under what I'm paying for. I mean, if I'm in a high zone where I'm actually paying for a certain protection, I expect the pretty much it'd be impossible. It is such a low reward for you to literally steal from there. It's sort of like, why did you even bother to? It's sort of like, oh, what, you wanted a a tier 3 flipping power core that I had in my homestead, and it's sort of like, but you've just now been sent to prison without the item. But it's just like, because I'm paying for it. Now, if I'm in a zip, no protection, yeah, you can roll in and you can still whatever you freaking well want, because I chose to flipping outpost out in nowhere, man. And it's sort of like, well, yeah, it's free for all. If you walk in here, it's still
Let me ask you
what.
something.
If I'm not there to protect it, take it.
Real world. Do we have criminals who do stuff that is completely batshit insane with no
I don't care
logic
about
behind it?
real world. I'm literally stating in a game where I'm kinda already paying for shit that shouldn't be fucking happening in that area. Should not be happening in that area. Because it's like, just go elsewhere. If you want to be a griefer, go be a griefer somewhere else other than fucking protected states. It's kinda, you know, a level of I'm okay, you know, it's your choice. It's sort of like I'm paying for it, you know, whereas I'm grinding to pay for the privilege of literally having my stuff protected in that world. Should be all that, because that's all that I'm doing. That's as a game style that I want to play. That's what I'm doing, and be left alone. I don't want nothing big or fancy. I just want to be able to do some shit.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying, but I don't know if that is a playstyle which should be in Star Citizen.
Yeah, that's why they literally said your home bases will be protected under a certain level of insurance, or not, premium that you would actually pay. You know, yeah, and that's why they said it's an arms system, so you can't really do much in an arms system. And who knows, we might be able to have NPCs as security. Like,
honestly, I was expecting that protection to be more like it's really, really hard, not it's literally impossible. More like it essentially makes it not worthwhile for people. So the only people who would do it is the people
well, I'm just thinking,
who are pirates that want to do it for the fuck.
Flipping homestead in the first place, but then if you're such a fucking lame-o that have to actually go after a homestead instead of a war because it's too much of a hassle.
Some people are stupid and do stupid shit.
Yeah, it's that stupid shit that people don't want, because it's kind of like, why? Because it's sort of like, oh, sorry, I was at work and you decided to destroy my home. How nice of you in a game. Why? Oh, because you weren't there playing. That's why I did.
Hey, I'm not saying these kind of are nice players.
And that's
I'm just afraid if they make it too easy to protect, like danger isn't danger.
But there's not every location is protected. That's the thing. It's sort of like if I'm in a.
But how many locations? There's gonna be like 40 planets in the game.
Precisely. So,
like if you even took 5 planets, you
there is literally no protection in fire whatsoever. In Hurston, there's going to be protection. And then take Nyx, you know. But then the don't forget, I think there's different levels of protection as well. So it's kind of like, well. If I'm only paying for, I don't know, low level security, then I don't know, there's no longer an answer. But there might be, if you interact or if you break in, then you're trespassing, you know, there's a trespassing zone. Oh, this will trigger a response by the Navy to actually come and deal with the response. Also, my turrets would be there, so you know I would still protect it. Now you might be able to roll in. Again, you will trigger the alarm, of which NPCs would
You're
just come
listening to
down and
Z95
fight you.
Radio.
Now,
Whether you like
unfortunately,
it
Yeah,
or
that's-
not,
win that
taking
battle,
over broad
but then as
swaths
soon
of the
as you've
spectrum from
interacted
an
with
undisclosed
the
location
Navy,
in Pyro.
and you
Here's a block of reggae music from the last of friends out there. We'll kick things
the
off
Navy
with
side of things,
Supernova
then
Soundboy.
you're
Ride a
triggering your
relaxing
own
wave
response
of
to
galactic paranoia,
a
and then
my
ease
low
into some lyrical advocacy.
because you've
We break
engaged in
these
a
chains.
contact. Now,
Enjoy.
you wouldn't be able to transport something because you've got a ship coming down, and anything that is close would be shot by, the ship coming down, and then they've seen NPCs can offboard, so the army can come out. I don't know, they can give many different ways of protecting you.
Thing is, I don't think the UEE would be the one showing up to protect you.
Well, it depends on the system you're in.
Like, I don't expect the paid protection to be an armor system. I expect it to be more like maybe a small energy dome shield, some turrets, and possibly some patrolling NPCs. Because, like, if the UEE is to respond, let's look at it from, like, Star Citizen is meant to almost be a simulation. It's meant to be a living universe. If 200 groups of pirates attack 200 different spots on a planet simultaneously, are we saying the military has enough resources to protect those places simultaneously? If so, why the fuck aren't we seeing 6 billion ships in orbit 24/7? Like, you have to think a little bit from a realism standpoint.
Or, no, you need to take away the realism and think it's a game and they can spawn whatever they want in instantly.
Yeah, but the devs are literally selling this to not be gamified in that way. Like, for fuck's sake, they're literally making items physical
But then that's
for realism.
you as a player, your game, not dictated by the verse. In other words, you decided to go in and trigger an attack in protected space, so the UEE is spawning in and will attack you as an individual. When you are dealt with, or the NPCs are dealt with, then that goes away. And so they can decide to spawn 3 minion ships if they want to, because each individual player is choosing their style at that moment in time. So
that doesn't feel like an MMO.
But then, why pay for protection if you can't protect? The game can't protect.
Because protection is...
Your instant is your instant, so your protection and your location is yours, and so everything that happens in your little box is happening for you at that moment in time. It doesn't matter about the whole verse.
But the one beat your box.
That's in that box. At that moment in time, there's an NPC that can be spawned there. There's protection that can be spawned there. Because
that
you
requires
as the attacker
instancing.
can be spawned there.
Star Citizen isn't gonna have instancing. Server meshing is gonna put everyone on the same server.
But
There is no
your
instancing.
local area is an instance for that area. Now, if you're not there, it's not exactly true. It's only if somebody is there and it's being used, then it gets sort of like loaded into the verse. When you fly over it, it's visible. When you land, it will slowly build. So the attack in that sort of sense is kind of like easily done. I mean that's just a game. But I'm literally saying, why would you attack a homestead over a flipping org?
Because the homestead is easier and less risky.
Yeah, because you're a douchebag.
Yes!
Precisely.
Like, I'm sorry you can't play the alpha currently and do anything combat related without getting ganked within an hour. The game is clearly full of douchebags.
Exactly. And that's why I need to say, when the ability comes up and there's ways to actually protect, I just want to be able to buy my land, pay my dues, build my base, and it to be safe in knowing that I can operate that in that sort of
Let me ask you a question. If we say we're going with your version of an instance, it would have to work a little bit like the hangars work on the alpha currently, where it's essentially placing it into a slot, a physical slot, when it's accessed. The problem with that is you have the hangar queues, because there's a limited number of slots. So if we're going for an instance version, it would hard limit how many players could access their homestead at any given time. Like, that's why I don't see how they're gonna do instancing. Like, what the devs have said is no instances. Everything happens in the real world. If you build a house, every other player going to that same spot will see your house. Like, it's not just gonna unload when you leave the place.
You build your homestead inside your own instance to literally be able to, which is your land zone.
No, you would build it out in open world where anyone can see it.
But then that would mean that if a million people would then build a homestead, then there would be 1 million extra entities being added to the verse instead of being.
Well, it wouldn't be loaded when there isn't a player there. But if a player flies over your place would be visible to them.
But then
and yes, like the current planet could easily support like 20,000 small homesteads, if not more.
Instance work in that sort of sense, i.e. exactly how you explained it, the hangar system is exactly the same. It is exactly the same instance, but it's your area to literally build that, build in that area.
Sure, but the whole problem with the hangars is your hangar queues.
Oh, there will be queuing systems within the instance.
Like, I don't expect the hangar system to work like it does now on release. Like, yesterday, I had to sit and wait 7 minutes to get a fucking hangar spot. Yeah. Imagine when the player base is 10 times as big. You could be looking at like 2 hours wait time to undock.
Do that. When next time you fly around the station, and then count how many doors, and then go, okay, how many times can somebody literally fly out of a hangar?
Yeah, but here's the problem: if you hangar doors, that hangar needs to exist physical until it's unloaded.
Well, that's why you have your own personal instance, where it literally doesn't matter. There could be 1 million people in that station because there's 1 million instances of hangars whilst you're in it. When you click the queue, if there's 100 people queuing and there's 10 doors, well, you can only release 10 people at a time.
Yeah, and if it's let's say 5 people sit there and hold that spot for like 10 minutes.
The doors automatically close after the time, and we know that. You're still
but you aren't pushed.
If you push the open the doors and you don't leave, the doors just close and your instance goes away, and that your reserve spot goes away.
If you open the doors quick enough, they will reopen without the queue. That's my point. The game doesn't instantaneously unsummon you when the doors close.
Well, that's okay. If that's the case, then they can improve that.
Because that would give you loading issues. Like, loading in the whole hangar takes time. Like, a lot of time.
More than likely, it is going to... That instant side of things is going to stay, and the queue system, especially in and out, is going to stay. But they do need to improve on the doors allocation. And also for time wasting in that sort of sense. You know, yes, I don't want to be sitting waiting to actually leave. I want to. There needs to be a better way to actually do it.
Where outlaws are welcome. This next block is for all you hustlers out there in the verse.
If it means that there is a full amount of players, other than 600 that we've got right now, then it works for me. make everybody, you know, it'd be nice if they can actually do it regional base as well. That everybody around the world is connected to the same verse. It's not locally based, i.e. it works by your instance.
I think that is planned.
And so all of those type of things would be nice.
Like the server meshing would just ensure you're always playing on servers with decent ping. And like if it suddenly had players on vastly different servers meeting, it would just move all of those players onto one that is like decent enough for them. Like that's the idea with server meshing, like dynamically moving from server to server.
But or even be able to supply the same information. So if I'm on a European server, you're on a US, and somebody is in an Aussie server, there's actually 3 individual instances for each of us, but the information is relayed smoothly enough to all of us to actually see us properly. So in that sort of way, it would be a nice way. And then, you know, I'm running around in, you know, high ping, you're doing the same. And it's just... Ones and zeros being moved around. I see you. Yeah. Yeah. A lot more to be done.
Honestly, I just can't wait to see the Murray Cup happens in the persistent verse. I'm just wondering if it's gonna turn into real world Formula 1, where it's the same goddamn people every year.
Rolling through pyro, I'm the king of the void. Got my cutty all shine, yeah, the real McCoy. Jump point flicker when I hit that lane. Got my turret gunners locked, boy, crosshairs train. Cargo full of widow, that's the high class heat. Sell it out in grim hex, got the popo beat. Got my boys on the scanners.
Worst time to do it.
If I spot a lone hauler, then we spread them wings. 50 mil haul, yeah, we gunning for the cracks. Hit the quantum drive, all the booty in the rack. If a bounty boy chase, got the EMP prime. Hit him with distortion, now his ride ain't flying. I'm a first jump hustler, riding so clean. New paint dripping, got that chrome so mean. Pull up on a holler, tell him give me that stack.
How many bunkers do you think you've ever done?
Got my stash in the hex, got my spots on lock. Bounty boys talk, but they ships get rocked. Hustle through Stanton, trade lanes clogged, but I still find routes when the jump's outlawed. Microtech cold, but my pockets stay hot. Drop a loaded brills, then I'm back to the spot. Crusade is tight, but I bribe who I need. Custom boy paid, keep my name off the feed. Shield up strong, but the Gatling spray fast. Caterpillar fall when we bust that glass. Ain't no safe zone when the crime stat rise. Got a safe house stash where the nine tails hide. I'm a first jump hustler, riding so clean. New paint dripping, got that chrome so mean. Pull up on a give me that stack, or I'll end up floating your body in the black. I've been about mine since the early days. OG outlaws, no crime still pays. From terror to pyro, from yellow to
You said there was patch notes out. Do they give a date for the update?
No.
Oh. I'm just wondering if it's gonna happen before the event or not.
It was it popped up on Discord.
Discord?
Under the Spectrum postings.
In the shadow depths beyond the sky, an outlaw waits with a watchful eye. His dampener is ready, the snare is set. For haulers unaware, their fate is mass.
Oh, the patch notes you're talking about is for the PTU, not live. Ah, I thought you meant there was kind of patch notes for the live server.
I read it wrong or something.
Honestly, PTU patch notes is a bad thing because it means we're further away from release. You know what I wish they added to the game? An actual heavy machine gun. Something that slows your movement speed, but it's like actually devastating. I mean, they gave us bloody railgun.
I mean, they've done pretty well with the amount of guns that they've actually put in. Yeah, they could do more.
I mean, I disagree. There's almost no options.
Gun-wise?
There's a shit ton of SMGs, but who the fuck cares? They're non-viable, they're shit. Outside of like try-hard PvP, that is. Like, I want PvE options. Like, more mid-range rifles. Machine guns. You know, that kind of crap.
They cannot see this guy at all. This is in lower text.
A spider in the cosmic night. He weaves his web concealed from sight. An outlaw's life, a constant game. In the endless stars, he stakes his claim.
Ah! I'm staring at a fucking grenade gun. And put that on.
Unsuspecting citizen flies below. Quantum interdiction, a burst of light. Caught in a trap, it's the end of the flight.
Anarchy Radio! Z95 Anarchy Radio. As you know, we play what we want. And what I want to play right now is an advertisement. Now I know we don't normally play ads on Anarchy Radio, but this one is a banger. We just can't stop singing it around here. I don't know why this song goes so hard, but it does, and I'm here for it. Hey, I don't need to justify myself on air here. Here it is, the most hardcore corporate food commercial ever. I dare you not to sing along.
Space is cold. Your meal shouldn't be out in the verse. When hunger strikes, you need a meal that's fast, hot, and ready to go. Introducing Ready Meal with...
Where's the location you're at? This looks interesting.
This is,
Baby, don't ask why. Break it, shake it, watch time fly. 2 seconds flat, it's hot and thick. A bag of beef that's really quick. Break it, shake it, ready meal. 2 seconds later, that's a deal. Beefy chunks and gravy thick. A starbound feast, it's real quick. The nutritional density.
By the looks of it, an S71 rifle would have been good for that gameplay. It's incredible to hit enemies in combat.
Fuel your flight. Hot beef chunks.
song just remind me of it being Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. The sub-fire isn't a very wide. I've got stuff.
Keep you in the groove.
This bit.
In the gravy sea, just 5 creds, good enough for me. Out in the verse, when hunger strikes, you need a meal that's fast, hot, and ready to go. Introducing Ready Meal with beef chunks.
This is on a distribution. But as
You
you
are
can tell,
welcome, my
it's
friends. I have now completely changed your lives forever.
if I can get
Now for this
high
next
enough.
block of music, we're gonna play our personal favourite top 10 punk polka reggae bangers of 2955. Wait, what is that? Is that? Oh crap!
And then when you
Oh, wait a second. Do you hear that?
it's not this one, but on the
Billy,
other one,
how did
as
they
soon as
find us?
you've
Billy, we
neutralised
gotta get out
your
here.
target,
Pack up the repeater and warm up the ship.
you
Alright,
get
folks, we gotta head
boss
out.
spawn.
I think the UEE Communications Commission has triangulated
It's just
our
me,
signal.
or is
We'll
Argo
catch you next
really
time we
bad?
find some clear space and- Oh, fuck.
Park Club?
Yeah, all the bunkers there are just like basic, tiny underground structure. Like the place you're at looks epic.
All right, folks. It looks
there's
like the
nothing on
authorities have
Argo.
restored this band to Spectrum and gotten those griefers
I
off
mean,
the
there
air.
might be some on
At least until they
Leary.
pirate the airwaves again, that is.
Yeah,
Sorry
I mean,
you had to
very,
hear whatever noise they call
Apollo.
programming. Thanks for staying
Either
with
of
us.
the distribution centers, I mean, they're on microtech.
Let's get right back to some country music. What do you say?
Which planet did you say this was around? Hurston or
Last lit ready, spent on a
Crusader?
Dolomite load.
Yeah.
Took a risky job, now I'm out on the road.
Really? I can't get through.
Set my course straight for
I don't think you can shoot through that.
The trouble's on my scope. It ain't looking like a trade.
That would be a little bit too overpowered.
Sky was looking clear till my HUD burned red.
I
Great
think scare
Corsair sitting up ahead.
Why don't you just run up and shoot him?
Sending no help,
Doesn't have to climb a ladder.
just passing behind. And I know damn well what that usually
Is that a problem?
implies.
Yeah. Doesn't have to come all the way back down.
And I ain't got chums. Praying to Maria.
Honestly, I think you wasted more time trying to reach him than it would have taken to just go up there.
Yeah. But sometimes you can get a lucky shot and have to save and run all the way up here.
Yeah, if you just ran all the way up every time, it would definitely have saved you more time in the long run.
Just do that.
Credits went to fuel and beer. If they take my
So you'll
home,
fall.
I'm broke as sin. And if they take my life, it was worth trying. So I power up guns, put my hand on the stick.
And then you've got
If I go down, I ain't going down quick. Locked on
bounty.
target, sent the missiles through. Then I see the Corsair, oh hell, it's blue. Drake on my 6, but he ain't no thief. Now I got a crime stat, and the law's got beef. Pleasures are waiting, and I'm heading inside. Lost my ship,
Unfortunately,
lost
that
my
one hasn't
cargo,
got it.
and I lost my
But you can actually fight in the storehouses as well. And so there's two for the same location sometimes, which is
that Corsair pilot just passing through.
that one, which is a HRT, so that one spawns a boss, and then that one's is in the storehouse.
Drake on my 6. Yes, I
But if you don't have a hauling mission here, there's a risk that you can trigger a trespass, and then you can't leave the area because the turrets will
tell
fire.
you this. You best check twice before you let 'em rip. Next time I'll
And then if you want a low light, you can get them here as well, in the distribution centre.
pick no fight. But till then I'll be serving my time, dreaming of a home full of divine.
Long haul 106.3, Stanton's #1 country station. Long haul 106.3.
Breaker, breaker, this is Iron Horse rolling out of Orison with a full stack. If you're flying slow, stay out of my wake, 'cause I'm burning hot and riding dirty. Well, I'm burning up the black on a midnight run, got a full load stacked and the work ain't done. From Terra to Stanton, they know my name. A STARLINER holler in the fast star lane. Big twin thrusters and a custom core. She drinks that quantum like a drunk on shore. Chrome so bright makes the loaders blind. Ain't another rig like this in the trade lane grind. I'm rolling coal, full burn flying. That black smoke trail just keeps on rising. Ain't another hauler out there like mine. Every trucker says she's one of a kind. Engines roaring, way so wide. You can see that smoke from the other side. I drop on the pad with a fire in my thrusters. Dock crews watching like I'm some kind of hustler. The loaders all whistle when I drop on deck, saying that old rig's got a hell of a spec. Shiny new polish, whole wrap tight. Damn thing glows like a beacon in the night. She got lots of chrome and a reinforced frame.
You know when you play a new game and it's like horribly unbalanced?
Which manner speaking?
Like there is Team A versus Team B and one of the teams are just 10 times stronger. Destiny 2 just added a fun PvP game mode, which is mechs versus tanks. It's not even funny. The mech needs 6 shots to kill a tank, the tank kills in 2 shots. The tank is twice as fast. The tank can jump off obstacles, the mech can only walk around. The tank has a dodge, which is a massive booster, whereas the mech just does a dainty little jump sideways. Like, in what world did they think this would actually be enjoyable?
STARLINER king, riding fast and free. From Marcorp docks to Crusader bays, they all know my name when they see that blade. Got cargo holds packed, pushing max tons. If the U scans, bet I'll still outrun. My thruster spit fire, my wake runs deep. Leaving lesser rigs in the scrapyard heap. I'm rolling coal, full burn thunder. Gotta keep hauling, ain't going under. I was flying low past Daymar, running cold and dark. Had a hollow widow in my hole, just trying to make my mark. But the UE boys came knocking, hit me with a scan. Before I knew what happened, I was in their cuffs again. I got them pleasure blues, I'm working off my debt. Burning rocks in the tunnels, ain't been paid just yet. They say I walk in 20 hours, but we know that ain't true. Cause once you're down in Klesher, son, it's got its hold on you. Met a man named Jakes in block 42. Said he had a way out if I'd help him too. Tunnels down beneath us, dark as the deep black sea. But them turrets don't take kindly to a man trying to leave. Now I got them pleasure blues, working off my debt. Burning rocks in the tunnels, ain't been paid just yet. They say I walk.
Holy crap, can you use the beam from that far?
That ain't true. 'Cause once you're down in Klesher, son,
That actually gives the max lift a usefulness.
When you've done enough rolling, you realise a lot of things can be done.
Yeah, I'm just used to
Such as
using the multiple.
the 2 security officers that are walking around here can literally knock them off the ground if you really want to. It wasn't me, officer. He walked into my box. And then he goes hostile. He's looking. He's like, who the fuck did that? Come here. I'm gonna get ya.
Bills ain't been paid just yet. They say I'll walk in 20 hours, but we all know that ain't true.
Honestly, it feels like they need to nerf the range on that track to be like.
No, because of the extra large hanger. You need it. If you think where the ship is actually spawned to the distance to the freight elevator.
Yeah, but I wouldn't expect you to be able to load from like the default.
The small one you can. They're handheld, but you can with the right. I think it's 100 that you can actually use the mag. If I'm not mistaken.
Picked up my gal and I said, let's take a flight.
Or it says affected range 10 to 20.
Try a simple bounty, paid back in night.
Don't say a thing.
She didn't understand how I spend my time, so I thought a ride along might clarify. Got her in the turret of my hurricane. Thought she'd pick up quick, she got quite a brain, but she fumbled with the toggles, couldn't power it on. That should have been my warning, but it just moved on. Now we're flying through the black with a mark up ahead, calling out bearings, missing what I said. 3 o'clock low, but she's looking left, missing every shot while I'm holding my breath. Should've known better, should've left her behind, but love makes a fool out of pilots sometimes.
So exactly the same. 4 hours. I'm a little bit behind because I was yapping. 4.5 hours stream and done everything that I expected.
This is not a drill. She yelled back, I'm trying to hold the damn ship still. Shields dropping fast, alarms
Right, what's the population count? It is 520. Okay. I guess it's the bloody weekend then. Oh, hi Rover.
She's crying, I'm shouting, the ship's coming apart. One good run and that's all we got. Looking back now, there were signs all along, but I let my heart lead in, that led me all wrong. Lost the bounty, lost my rep, lost my ride in the fray, lost my lady when we landed, she just walked away. So if you take your girl on a mission in the black, make sure she can shoot and she's got your back. If she don't know turrets, don't put her inside. Your gal ain't always meant to be at your side.
It's busters or bust.
Smooth, creamy sesame paste, salty roasted nuts, and a rich, creamy chocolate coating, all combined to make a Buster's chocolate bar. The classic treat that the Empire has loved for over 200 years. And you've loved since you were just a kid. Need something sweet to brighten your day. It's Buster's or bust. It's Buster's or bust. It's Buster's or bust.
you ending the stream and jumping offline?
I will be, yeah. I need to take some migraine tablets. Eat something.
Get that poppin' power, keeps you fresh at any hour. Triple berry peach sour sop too. Hyper metabolic and made for you. Let's get some fizz in you. Yeah, baby. Take a sip and boost right through. Sour something cool and kick. One more gulp to a barrel roll, quick. With 16 hydration, efficiency, and a flavor so bold.
Paladin Gaming said, catch you later.
Bye, Paladin. Have a good one. Hope to see you tomorrow.
Cola, sour sop to energize with flavor that's true.
If you're able.
Fizz carbonated soft drinks. Hydration never tasted so good. Brought to you by the Bevic Group.
There we go. So I'm going to do this. Let's claim the rover.
83 meters of pure delight. My STARLINER attacks got curved so right. Her narrow waist to her thrusters wide. Winglets flared like skirts in flight. She's got the power, she's got the grace. Sweetest ship in any sector of space. She's my thick space girl, built to thrill with firepower that'll
There we go. So thank you very much everybody for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed the stream. If you have, smash the like. And see you on the next one. All the best. Good evening, sir.